I'm going to start recording.
Good morning. If we could have everyone come on so I can see who we have and who we're missing. It's almost 9 o'clock.
Tiffany, our chairwoman East, this is Commissioner Hubbs. Can you hear me on this computer? I just want to check in. And can you see me?
Good morning. I can hear you and I can see you.
Perfect. Good morning.
Thanks. So it looks like we just are missing Commissioner Alberg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, it is 9 o'clock, so I guess we can go ahead and get started. Share my screen big here. Okay, so it is 9 a.m. and I will call this March. Gosh darn it, it's March already. I will call the March Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners meeting into action. It's Friday, March 19th, and if we could say the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be fantastic. Could we have maybe Commissioner Keel lead us in the pledge?
Sure. Thank you, Chairwoman East. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, undivided, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Missy, would you do the roll call of the commission, please?
Absolutely. Chairwoman East?
Here.
Vice Chair Barnes?
Here.
Commissioner Allenberg? Commissioner Cavilla?
Here.
Commissioner Hubbs?
Here.
Commissioner Keel?
Here.
Commissioner McNitch?
Here.
Commissioner Perini?
Here.
Commissioner Rogers?
Here.
Thank you.
And I did hear from Commissioner Allenberg, and he is probably not going to make it today. So he's excused absent. If we could have the members of the county advisory boards to manage wildlife, maybe raise your hand or even let us know that you're on. There we go. Larry Allen, is with us from Humboldt. Mike Reese is with us from Clark. Reese Campbell's with us from Clark. I'm not sure who this other one is. I see just an email, minkasar@gmail. Do we want them to speak? It probably would be nice to have them announce themselves since we haven't been able to do that until now. So can you let them in, Missy?
Absolutely.
You.
We should all be able to speak now.
Okay. Well, now they've stopped raising their hands. Oh, it's Mr. Bunch from Mineral. Good morning. Would you like to say good morning?
Good morning to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch. How about Therese Campbell?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Therese. Thank you for being here. Mr. Reese?
Good morning, guys and women.
Good morning. And how about Mr. Allen?
Morning, Larry Allen, Humboldt Cab.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Do we have any other CAB members from across our state? Don't see anyone else joining. Okay, super. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 2, approval of the agenda, Chairwoman East, for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Do I have any changes to the agenda for today? Commissioner Hubbs.
Yes, good morning. It's not really a change. I looked over the agenda. Something very important to me is obviously going to be discussed later on in the agenda today. We are going to hear a little bit about the use of hounds for hunting the black bear. So I'm interested in seeing what the public has to say about that. I'm also interested in learning more about that. As you know, I do have an obligation to complete a legal matter from about noon forward. I'm hoping it will take about 2 hours. I'm going to have my assistant stay online with the commission as it goes forward. I won't be voting on matters from like 10 or 12, excuse me, to about 2:30 today. And then I hope to come back and participate in the very end. And she'll be watching to see when that agenda item comes. So I just like to have the commission know that I'd like to participate. I may be away and I may need to be shuffled back on when that is called if for some reason I'm still attending to that other matter.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. I know that we've got Commissioner Cavilla's got to leave us around 12:30, and Commissioner Olmberg isn't with us today. So we'll continue on and hopefully you'll be able to get back with us. So anyone else, any other agenda issues, concerns from the commission? Okay, if not, we'll take this out for public comment. If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. Mr. Cooney. This is public comment about our agenda today. You will have 3 minutes. The department will be timing those public comments and I'll mute you if you run over your 3 minutes. Where did he go? Okay, I don't, Mr. Reese, do you have a comment about our agenda today?
Yes, on the original agenda that came out and we discussed at our CAB was item number 15, which was the the predator management plan. Has that been removed from the agenda then?
You know, it's not on our agenda. And I noticed that some of the CABs did. Well, let's get through public comment. I apologize. Let's get through public comment and then we'll just address the concerns. Thank you, Mr. Reese.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Cooney?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we were, that my name is on the attendance list.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, we're taking public comment on the approval of the agenda, which is item number 2 on our agenda. Ms. Stetson? Okay, I'm not hearing her. I know it takes a minute to get people into the queue here. Ms. Stetson, do you have a comment about our agenda? There she is.
There we go.
Hi.
Good morning, Chairwoman East. I just wanted to give comment saying thank you for agendizing our resolution, and thank you to the Legislative Committee for taking time to meet about SJR 3 and for voting unanimously to support it.
All right, thank you. We'll be discussing that a little further down the agenda. And Ms. Sterling, Sheila Sterling. This is comment about the agenda. Anything on or on the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment that if you have an approximate time that you'll be discussing the hound dog bear hunt and the coyote contest, killing contest, because it seems to be an all-day agenda. Do you know if this will be in the morning or the afternoon? Or are we supposed to be able, am I able to make a comment about this now?
So let me answer your first question, then I might have to ask the DAG about commenting now on a particular agenda item, because this is just approval of our agenda. I do not know if either of those agenda items will be heard in the morning or the afternoon. We do have some other business to take care of this morning. And I'm hopeful that we can take a lunch break at some point, because, you know, 7.5-hour meetings are hard without a lunch break. So understanding that everyone wants to participate and we want that participation, I just can't commit to a specific time. And I apologize for that. But let me ask the DAG about your second item. And should she make public comment now, or should she wait until the end, till we get to that agenda item? I think probably she needs to wait, but I'm.
Yeah, the agenda is the issue at hand, not particular items on the agenda. So she would wait until public comments made. She could certainly email the commission if she wants to now.
I did. Oh, okay. Yeah. Can we know what number those two items are on the agenda?
Yes, the bear petition, the hounding and bear petition is item 10B. And it's at the very end of our meeting today. And the agenda item 17 is the wildlife killing contest, and that's closer to the end of our day tomorrow as well.
Okay, 20th. Okay, well, thank you very much. I have emailed every commissioner already, and if you'd like, I can re-email my letter to you.
Okay.
And so I'll do that. And then I don't know if I can sit here all day. That's the thing. But if it's towards the end, then maybe I will come in after lunch. And yes, you all should take a lunch break.
Thank you, Ms. Sterling.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm getting a notice in the chat box that there seems to be a problem with the audio. This person is hearing 3 people talking at once. So what I would ask is that anyone who is watching our meeting, please mute your microphone, just in case we're getting some feedback. I'm not hearing that, but other folks are. So if you are watching our meeting, please mute your microphone. And then, and our panelists are all muted except for myself. So I think we're in good shape there. Okay. If I don't have any other public comment on the agenda, I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion for approval. Commissioner Hubbs.
Sure, Chairman East, I'd like to move to accept the agenda presented for Friday, March 19th, 2021, as presented by the department.
Thank you. Do we have a second
For that.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I guess I have a question, or were we going to back up the predator management plan?
Oh, I apologize. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I know at the committee level too, we were going to forward that to the commission. I think typically, I think we have to review it at this meeting, I believe, but I'm not positive.
And it is not on our agenda. So Director Wasley or Deputy Director Robb? Yes, Mr. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we're definitely too late to handle it at this meeting, but we do have an April meeting coming up that's typically, for legislative purposes. And if push comes to shove, maybe we can squeeze it into there if we needed to.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. Director Wasley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. There is agenda item number 9, which is a report from the Wildlife Damage Management Committee. And the committee chairman, Commissioner Allenberg, isn't with us, at least yet. I don't know if he has plans to join later or not. But I believe there was some discussion of that plan. Of course, that isn't agendized as such for approval, but there is a report there. So as Commissioner McNitch suggested, certainly could be covered at the April meeting, since we're having an April meeting in a legislative year. And I don't have any idea what that Wildlife Damage Management Committee report might contain relative to that plan.
Okay. Okay, I see Mr. Jackson is raising his hand, so maybe we can hear from Mr. Jackson. If you're not speaking, will you please take your hand down so I can see everybody? Thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. Can you hear me, madam?
Yes, thank you.
So when I received this draft agenda, I pointed out that in years prior, the predator plan was normally discussed on the same agenda item as the Wildlife Damage Management Committee report. I did present the PowerPoint presentation last night, and the committee did vote on the plan to accept it with no changes. And so it's my understanding that would be provided to the commission today, the summary of last night's meeting.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson. So I think we're okay to move forward. We have a motion from Commissioner Hubbs. I'll second the approval of the agenda. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Allenberg absent. Okay. Agenda item number 3, approval of the minutes. Chairwoman East for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the January 29 and 30, 2021 meeting. Once the commissioner members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken. Persons wishing to comment are invited to raise their hands in the virtual meeting forum and will be individually called upon until all wishing to comment have had the chance to do so. So the minutes, do we have any comments on the minutes? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to be the minutes police. I don't want to be that, but want to make sure that they're reflective. So on the very front page, it just stood out to me that Commissioner Rogers wasn't mentioned as being present. But then within a page or so, he was making comments. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't know if Commissioner Rogers was there at the beginning or not, but we should probably reflect that his presence if that's the case. So on page 5, the very top page, I was making comment regarding the suitcase traps, and the last sentence or the top of the page says, "For transparency purposes, would like this as a box trap definition." And I'm not sure exactly what I said, but my intent was to recognize that the suitcase trap fits within the box or cage trap definition, according to the OFWA definition, but that's not exactly what I was advocating for. So I'll recognize that it does, but I think that the application that we're using here, so I just wanted that noted for the record, that I'm not advocating at this point in time, or at that point in time, rather, that it be included in that definition.
Okay.
Okay. What was that? Oh.
So I pointed out to Missy that.
Hey, excuse me, Commissioner McNinch. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm getting to my couple others here. On page 20, the top of the page where I spoke, Commissioner McNinch, trying not to laugh. Suppositum should probably be symposium. And there's okay, and that's on the second line down. There's a second one.
Okay.
Okay. There's a couple of other little small things in there. At the bottom, however, where Deputy Director Rob was talking, that very first sentence, if we could read that sentence, and if Deputy Director Rob's online, maybe help clarify what was said. It's kind of a real disjointed sentence, and I'm not sure what the intent was, so I don't have anything to offer to correct it.
Okay. Is Deputy Director Rob available? Oh. Okay, we'll get him at some point to clarify that. Okay.
And then let me see here on page 23, the motion on page 23, about 3/4 of the way down, my name was just misspelled, McNinch.
Okay.
And then on page 25, there's a motion there that passes 8-0. Commissioner Hubbs was absent. But again, this is one of those things where she was making comment. So I'm not sure if she was absent or not. She was making comment during that portion. So I think we should just check the record and make sure that that's for clarification there.
Okay.
And then on page 27, I'm sorry, I've got a couple more here actually.
Okay. I think that was just a context issue. I won't worry about that one. On page 33, the motion at the top, there's right in the middle of the third line, units 261 and 262, and add hunts in units 244. And then instead of ABD, it should just say and. I didn't want it to get confused with all the adds and ands that are going on in there. And then at the end, Commissioner Omberg seconded the motion. Yeah.
Then on page 34, there's a motion that referred to the Baked Ranch, and it should reference the Baker Ranch.
Okay. Yep.
And I'm getting to the end here. On page 41, I just wanted noted for the record, here is fine, just noted for the record somewhere, that while I was opposed to the dream tag hunt, this is an important thing for me. I supported all the dream tags except the bear hunt, the bear tag. And I just wanted that noted in the record because that's an important thing for me. I'd really love to support the dream tag process, but with that bear tag in there, I'm just not there with it. And then finally, on page 43, the motion on page 43, Commissioner McNinch moved to direct plan to the committees, then to the commission. I'm not sure that there was a motion there, or if there was, maybe we're missing the second and the results of it. Maybe it was just a suggestion.
Trying to remember that one. Okay.
I
We'll
might
have
have just
that.
made a suggestion to do that or something.
Okay.
So,
Okay. We'll have staff double check that. Okay.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. Commissioner Hubbs.
Yes, I'd like to just interject for the record. I believe when we had our last commission meeting, I actually had to go in for my COVID vaccine. We were requested to do so as attorneys. And so I did miss a small portion of our commission, about an hour and a half of that meeting while I attended to that matter. So that may have been when the vote was called, but I was there prior to commenting. So I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Rogers, yes. Do you want to clarify? You were at the meeting at the start of.
Yes, that's correct. There on page 1, that was omitted. I, in fact, was present at both of those meetings.
Okay, thank you. Any other? I have a few as well, and I didn't get through them as thoroughly as Commissioner McNinch, but on page 3, down near the bottom, it's the third paragraph up. It says McNinch asked about 503. I just like for the record to reflect that it's Commissioner McNinch, not another McNinch. On page 4, down at the bottom, we're talking about the suitcase trap, and it says had change to think about. It's the third line down. It should say chance. And then down 2 more lines, it says intent is to secure people around the river and trap. That just doesn't sound right to me, but maybe it should say ensure that people are secure. I just like to have that checked for context. On page 5, down, Chief Game Warden Maynard, it's about halfway down, the last sentence there, stated he would over the limits for box traps. Let's just check that again for context. And then same page down, Division Administrator Mike Scott used cage traps to catch beavers. I believe that should say in college, not in collect. Last line there, Commissioner Hubbs stated she preferred a live trap. Next page, page 6, in that first paragraph, about 3 lines down, we're talking about exemptions include private that should say property. There's just some other minor, like little typos and things on that page as well. On page 8, down about, excuse me, 2/3 of the way, Vice Chair Barnes. Is that coop? Should that say co-op? I think that should say co-op. And so if that could be changed throughout that page. And then page 29. Oh, I did just want to, actually, never mind about 29. I'll bring it up in a few minutes. Page 31, down the second line on that page, it says herd health should be HERD. Oh, okay. And I think that was it. I too tried to read through all of these, but had a lot of other business. So wanted to make sure we at least got those reflected. Anyone else have adjustments or comments? Okay, seeing none, this is an action item. We'll take it out for public comment. Do we have any public comment on the minutes? Please raise your hand and you'll have 3 minutes. Mr. Jackson?
I apologize. I made a Zoom mistake. I did not realize that my hand was raised.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sterling?
Yes, do I have public comment?
Yes, just on the minutes. Agenda item number 3.
No, I don't think I do. As you said that the bear hunt, the coyote, the wildlife would be towards the latter part of the day. Is that correct?
Yes. So if you could just take your hand down then, so that I don't keep calling on you unless you do have
Sure.
something.
Yes.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, and I probably will leave this open and come back after lunch.
Okay, that would be great. We'll
Thank
see
you
then.
so much. Okay, and I just sent every commissioner the email that I sent about a week or 2 ago. So,
Okay. All right. Thank you.
thank you.
Mhm. Okay. Any other public comment on our meeting minutes from January? Okay, I don't see any. So I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion to approve with some changes. Hang on, I got something in the chat box. Okay. Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from the January 29th, 2021, January 30th, 2021 meeting with the noted changes.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. This is Tom.
Thank you, Vice Chair Barnes. So we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by the Vice Chairman, Tom Barnes, to approve the minutes as changed, or as with noted changes, let's say that. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed, motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Olmberg absent. Thank you. Agenda item number 4, member announcements and correspondence, Chairwoman East informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. So I just wanted to bring something up. I believe that I asked the department to send all of you a note from me from after our January meeting, apologizing for a few items that just were difficult. It was a difficult meeting for me in January because I was not feeling well. The meetings were very long, and we haven't done a Zoom meeting like that with 2 days of comment in a long time. And I think that I am very humbly asking for your forgiveness for some slip-ups that I made during that meeting. But I also want to ask for the public's patience with all of us. We've been doing this by Zoom for a year now. We missed our March meeting last year. It was moved because we were under restrictions. And as you can tell, we've got 40, well, now we have 30 attendees on our Zoom. We have 15 of us panelists, and it's hard to keep track of everybody, but also the public comment and not being able to hear from our cabs the proper way, not being able to hear from our public the proper way, not being able to see them. And I've told you this a number of times, I've just really missed being with all of you in person. And so I'm just asking for some patience from the public with us as we continue to meet this way. And I'm hopeful that we don't have to do it for a whole lot longer, but maybe through the end of the year. So with that, we did receive a letter that I'm going to ask Secretary Wasley and Dag Burkett to address the process by which we have had to hear some comments and from our cabs as well. So, and I do want to just mention quickly that I did get a note from Mr. Krim from Pershing County that he's having technical difficulties, but he is with us. So anyways, Dag Burkett, would you like to speak to the letter we received from the Humboldt County CAB?
Yeah, I did receive your email last night that reflects the Humboldt County CAB had concerns with respect to how the commission is addressing CAB comments that are at variance from department recommendations, and when the commission decides not to follow a CAB recommendation with respect to any issue before the commission. And the statute that applies does say, and I don't have it pulled up, but I'm just going to paraphrase it. It does say that when the commission does not follow a CAB recommendation, as soon as practicable, the commission should place in writing the commission's exception to that CAB recommendation. And the pattern in practice, as I understand it in the past, has been that the commission has basically considered the minutes of the meeting, which identify, of course, what the commission discussed as it relates to those issues, to be that written documentation of the exception to the CAB recommendation. I think that that does comply with the statute. I haven't looked extensively at the comment from the Humboldt CAB, but I do recall that there were discussions last meeting with respect to Carson and Mineral and the pronghorn recommendations for a muzzleloader season. I do recall a discussion of Humboldt County itself, but I don't know that the CAB was specifically recommended or discussed, sorry. And but obviously that would imply that there was that it came from Humboldt County with respect to that CAB recommendation. So I would caution the commission and the department to make sure that if there is an exception to a CAB recommendation, that it be clearly stated in the minutes of the following meeting. But I do believe that that complies with the statute. I hope that helps.
It helps. Thank you. Director Wasley, just a second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a couple other items on correspondence, so I don't know if it's your preference that just speak to this one now, if you have some more things.
You can go ahead. We have a lot of correspondence, so I guess just wrap it all up in one shot.
So specific to the letter that you're speaking to from Humboldt County, I received a copy of that letter as well. And as I understand it, there are two points of contention represented in that letter. One is what's phrased as a disregard or outright ignoring the Humboldt County Advisory Board recommendation. And the second one is what Dag Burkett has already referenced. The second point is a blatant disregard to follow the laws. And so I was going to speak to the genesis of this requirement. It came out of the 2015 session, was in AB 78. There were two key points in that legislation, and I'll just reference one. In establishing policies and adopting regulation, the commission must first consider the recommendations of the department, the county advisory boards to manage wildlife, and other persons who present their views at an open meeting of the commission. And the second part, with regard to length of seasons for fishing, hunting, and trapping, or the bag or possession limits applicable within the respective county, the commission shall, to the county advisory board to manage wildlife at the meeting, provide an explanation of the commission's decision to reflect the recommendations, and as soon as practicable after the meeting, written explanation. There's some other nuance to it, but essentially when the department moved to implement process consistent with the intent of that legislation, The commission was certainly aware of it at that time, tried to make a pointed effort to articulate, each commissioner articulate his or her position, and especially in those areas where maybe it was counter to a recommendation, but with 17 counties, not all of which have an active county advisory board, hunt units that span multiple counties, conflicting county recommendations, and the idea that we could capture the intent. Not only could it be stated by the commissioners in the meeting, but we could capture it in the minutes. Now, all that said, like Dag Burkett, I haven't gone back and reviewed the meeting tape from the most recent meeting that I believe Humboldt County is expressing. But I would say that, the department will go back and look at that. We will definitely ensure that our minutes, where we can, reflect the position of commissioners, especially where it's counter to positions of counties. That'll be reflected in the minutes. That said, as Chairwoman East pointed out, in a COVID challenged environment, we've had several different venues where we've tried to virtually have these meetings. We clearly have what we referenced here at the department as a COVID breakdown, some communication challenges. We have some new commissioners that maybe we haven't done justice in describing the intent of that legislation and how we've tried to capture that. So going forward, we certainly will be more sensitive to capturing commissioners' perspectives as it pertains to county recommendations. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't address the statement that the commission has disregarded or outright ignored the Humboldt CAB recommendation. And this gets really, really challenging. And there's a long history of county control of wildlife, state control of wildlife. The makeup of this commission historically, had county representation and has changed the form and sort of that representation. And you all are in the unenviable position of taking input from the county advisory boards, taking input in the form of recommendations from the department, taking input in the form of recommendations from the general public. And so what I frequently say is there's more than enough opportunity for perceived loss here, and the department certainly perceives loss when our recommendations aren't followed strictly, and I imagine counties do, and I certainly know members of the general public feel that way as well. And so I just want to say I understand the challenge that you all face, understand the opportunity for whether it be counties, whether it's department employees, or whether it's the general public to perceive loss in your decisions. And I know you all do the best that you can to take all that input and render those decisions. So thank you for the job you do. And I understand and recognize that sometimes it is quite thankless. So that concludes my comment relative to that particular item. I did want to speak generally to correspondence. The department has received approximately 2,200 emails pertaining to the hounding issue. Many of those fall into the category of one of two form letters. They come from all over the country and all over the world. We don't have statistics compiled specifically on the numbers and the geography from which they originate. On the coyote contest issue, the department's received approximately 600 emails on that issue. So those have all, lists of the names have been shared, and there are a number of duplicates and some triplicates on that list, as we just heard from someone in public comment who stated that she's just resent something. So there are several duplicates and triplicates contained in that list. And then the last item that I wanted to share during this time, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, was an award that the department received this morning. And if I can share my screen effectively here. Can you all see my screen with a photo of Deputy Director Rob? So this morning at the Pepper Lane location, the department received an award. It's the Cashman Award for Good Governance from the Nevada Taxpayers Association, and the Nevada Department of Wildlife was the recipient for good governance in the government agency category. So Deputy Director Rob was present, drove down to Las Vegas and was at that Pepper Lane office this morning to receive that award. And I wanted to both express my appreciation to the Cashman organization family, as well as Nevada Taxpayers Association, and let you all know of the award. So with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my announcements under correspondence and announcements from the department.
Okay, thank you, Director Wasley, and congratulations to the department. That's quite an honor. And as he mentioned, we do have a lot of correspondence. We've had a lot of correspondence in particular in a couple of our agenda items. I believe that all of you have been sharing those with the department, but if you haven't been, and you feel like you're the only one who received that, if your name is the only one listed, please feel free to share those with Missy, and she'll make sure to get them out to the rest of us. Commissioner McNinch, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Wasley, he did address a couple of the items that I was going to comment on, so I appreciate him doing that. And congratulations on your award, Tony. It's well deserved. I know you guys worked very hard on that. But I did want to just make a quick comment on the correspondence that we've received. I've had trouble opening some of that. And I just want to give a big thanks to Missy and Kaylee and Megan, and even Allie fielded one of my calls. They know what they're dealing with when they get calls from me, and it's not easy. It's a challenge. So I just wanted to let them know that, I really appreciate what you guys have done. The load of correspondence. I don't think people can really imagine 2,200 or 2,800 emails in your inbox in a very short period of time. That's not 10 or 12 a day. That's not 15 or 20 a day. That's 100 plus a day in and day out for a very long time. And you guys have done an awesome job of not only managing your day-to-day work that you still have to deal with, but to process those, get it out to us, and then help somebody like me get through. So I appreciate it, and I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. And I just wanted to reiterate that as a result of these, a couple of these meetings where we've had some difficulty with public comment, people having technology issues, we are going to be taking public comment through the Zoom. People will be able to provide their comment in their voice to us for 3 minutes. And I'm really grateful for the department figuring that part of this out so that we can move forward in a very transparent manner. So any other comments under agenda item number 4? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 5. County advisory boards to manage wildlife. Member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items at wildlifecommission@ndow.org. These comments will be shared with the commission. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission meeting. But I will ask if there are any CAB members that have any items that they'd like to comment on now. Just raise your hand in the box. Mr. Bunch.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Okay. Great. Technology is something else. Anyway, there was some discussion brought up down here about there's rumors that floating out there that NDOW will be assuming Carson Lake, and we would like to know more about that. If it's true, it's just something. They've been very instrumental in acquiring water rights for Carson Lake and working with it through the history part of it. So when people were asking me about it, I said, well, I'll ask for them to maybe put it on a later agenda, because these are things that are happening as we're going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bunch. And I see Director Wasley nodding his head, so. Any other cab comment under agenda item number 5? This is for cabs. Okay, Mr. Crawford.
Sorry, I had myself muted. I received public comment at the Line Cab meeting about the friendly wildlife management area. I think that might be related to what the previous cab had just spoke about. They wanted some information from the department on what the plans are for that wildlife area. They did have some concerns, but if the department could do or send something to us, then I will forward it to the participants at our cab meeting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak from the cabs? Okay, I don't see anybody. So we'll move on to agenda item number 6. Commission regulations for possible adoption and action, public comment allowed. 6A, Commission Regulation 21-13, 2021-2022 seasons, bag limits and special regulations for migratory game birds. Wildlife Staff Specialist Russell Wolstenhume for possible action. The Commission will consider recommendations for seasons, bag limits, and special regulations for migratory game birds for the 2021 season, and adopt regulations consistent with proposed regulations framework for the 2021-2022 hunting seasons on certain migratory game birds established by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The Commission regulation will also consider rules regulating public hunting on wildlife management areas and designated state lands. Mr. Wolstenhume.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Russell Wolstenhume, Department of Wildlife. As far as presenting this to you today, Madam Chair, as typically we skip forward in the CR, and the Commission has traditionally dealt with the duck and merganser season first because it tends to drive the rest of the seasons following it, depending on what the Commission chooses to do there. So if that pleases you, Madam Chairwoman, I would like to start on page 3 of that CR under ducks and mergansers.
Of course.
Thank you. So for ducks and mergansers, the department proposes for the northeast zone. I guess I should, let me back up 1 minute. I apologize. I wanted to point out before we begin, there's a couple of changes to the regulation from past years, and I wanted to point those out first. The first one on page 2, at the very top of the page of the regulation, you'll see the designated waterfowl zones for the state of Nevada. And there's changes to those from past years, and these changes reflect what the Commission elected to do last June when they chose these zones. So I just wanted to point out that there are new zone designations for the state. Those zones currently, as shown in this regulation, mirror those of the departmental regions. So that'll make it a lot more convenient for our law enforcement officers in that regard. And also the other change to this on page 9 of this regulation, under public hunting limited on wildlife management areas and designated state lands. And the very first section there where it reads Alkali Lake Wildlife Management Area, Bruno River Wildlife Management Area, and this is the change: Carson Lake and Pasture, Fernley Wildlife Management Area, Franklin Lake Wildlife Management Area, Humboldt, et cetera, et cetera. So the change to that is the addition of Carson Lake and Pasture. So I wanted to point out those specific changes, and the rest of it deals with the seasons and bags. So with that, if you'll turn back to page 3 for the ducks and mergansers. The department proposes for ducks and mergansers the northeast zone season dates of September 25th of 2021 through October 13th of 2021, October 23rd of 2021 through January 16th of 2022. For the northwest zone, the department proposes season dates of October 9th of 2021 through January 2nd of 2022 and January 12th of 2022 through January 30th of 2022. Within the south zone, the all of Clark and Lincoln, there's a mistake there that Clark and Lincoln County needs to be changed to the new zone. I apologize for that change. That should be Clark, Lincoln, Esmeralda, and Nye counties.
Okay.
And those season dates for that zone would be October 16th of 2021 through October 24th of 2021 and October 27th of 2021 through January 30th of 2022. Within the south zone, the Moapa Valley to the confluence of the Muddy and Virgin Rivers, the season date for that area would be October 30th of 2021 through January 30th of 2022. As far as limits, daily and possession limits, shooting hours, and special regulations, there are no change from past years. And I will, as I said, the duck and mergansers sets the tone for the other seasons. So I will let you approach that as you so choose, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Do we have any commission comments on duck and mergansers? Yes, Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So Russell, out of the roughly 3,000 emails we did receive, there was one or two relating to this specific agenda item. And I think it talked about the Northwest zone and the desire to push that season later into this later January, I believe, although I see here it's through January 30th. But can you maybe just provide some context on how these seasons are structured and why?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission. So under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and within the federal frameworks for waterfowl hunting, the states within the Pacific Flyway, which we fall, are allowed a total of 107 hunting days for any one species or group of species, in this case, ducks and mergansers. So the regulation, as I've presented, represents 105 total days. The youth waterfowl hunt takes up 2 of our 107 days, leaving us 105. And so over the last 7 or 8 years, we've had a season split, which closed for 2 days. Last year, the commission chose to move the start date forward a week. And in order to then meet the ask of hunters to have that hunt go as late as possible, that split season, that closure in the middle, expanded out to 9 days. And so that's how we got there. It's certainly, if it's the desire of the commission, if for any particular zone, if those dates, if you'd like to move them, we certainly can. And then there's just an adjustment to the seasons to make sure that we're still compliant with our 107-day total. So if, as your correspondence suggests, if the commission were to choose to move that in the Northwest zone back 1 week, then that 7 days that it's moved back would then come out of the January closure dates, and taking that back to 2 days, and the closing date would still remain the end of January. Hope that was clear.
No, that was, thank you very much. And yeah, I think the January 30th date was the ask, but maybe we'll hear from that individual during public comment.
Yeah, thank you. I just had to grab this. Mr. Goff, I'm not sure if he's on. But we'll maybe hear from him later. Okay, any other comments from the commission on ducks, mergansers? Yes, Commissioner Perini.
Yes. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, the Northwest Zone, which is in Douglas County, Lyon County, in that particular area, Washoe. Some of the problems that we had for some of the people that were hunting were kind of upset about 9 days off in January. That's a long period of time, knowing that it's getting close to the end when hunting is over with. I suggested somewhat a little bit of a different on that. Most of the Canada geese that come into the area of Northwest Zone, it really comes in the 1st of January or maybe even at Christmas, but normally January 1. That's the numbers of Canada geese that go into that particular zone. And then that's what the problem was. A lot of people saw a lot of geese and wanted to hunt, but the problem was that we couldn't do it in those 9 days. I suggest a little bit different on that. There's 2 ways to do that. October 9th is one that is listed here. Is going to be the long Northwest Zone. It may be better, instead of doing the 9 days in January, don't even do it until a week after October 9th. That would take 7 days or so away from that, where people could have those days in January. I also thought about a little bit about something, and I don't know if it's correct or not, but I can tell you that I get a little concerned about upland game birds. And I know that's not what we're talking about with ducks, but I'm just saying, we've had some real problems with the weather now. I mean, it really has. In the last 2 years, the amount of water that goes into the land, I guess, if you want to call that, seems it doesn't even get wet until about November, maybe December. That means a lot of hunters that are going after upland game birds have to be around areas where there's only water. And I think there was a lot of people that were upland game birds were shot so much, the numbers were extremely high. I suggest that we should do it in the middle of October, take that 7 days off, and then start it then. And maybe by chance, the amount of water and snow and all that stuff will start up, and that we don't have all these animals to get shot so much. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. Any other comments, questions for Mr. Wolstenhume on ducks and mergansers? Okay, seeing none. I think we'll go out for public comment on this, and then, oh, Commissioner Hubbs, I'm sorry.
This actually speaks to all of our birds that we're going to talk about today, but I just wanted to bring this in. I saw the post from NDOW about representing to the public that there is salmonella, I think it was, or something going around with birds to take down our feeders. Are the game species of birds impacted right now, and what's kind of going on with that? I just want to keep that in mind, and understanding if there's any issues in regards to susceptibility of our game species, just in light of the recent post as to all birds at feeders, so on and so forth right now in the state of Nevada.
Yeah, I believe that was with the finches, but Mr. Wolstenhume could maybe, or if Ms. Newmark is on, one of them could speak to that.
So as far as the species that we're discussing today under this regulation, waterfowl and migratory birds. So the majority of them typically do not go to feeders. They're more of wildland birds. There are exceptions to that. I have seen in urban settings, I have seen wood ducks and feeders before that were set up specifically for those birds. But part of this regulation are mourning and white-winged doves, and they do they do attend most people's feeders. They are susceptible to that salmonella that's going on, which is why it's really important for people to pay attention to the warnings that the department has put out there. I haven't seen that one specifically, but I am familiar with the issues that salmonella and others that can occur at bird feeders. And so, we recommend that people keep those feeders clean. If there is a problem, at times we ask them to actually take them down for periods of time so we can get past some of these avian diseases that are out there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hobbs?
So just in follow up to that, so in today when making decisions, say specifically about the DOW, should we be concerned about the numbers recommended in light of what's going on with salmonella? Or you feel that that's the issue with salmonella is not at a high enough rate in the populations to consider changing anything at this time?
Madam Chair, if I might,
Of course.
Commissioner Hubbs. So the issue, salmonella occurs naturally in the environment. Reptiles, very common, to be able to isolate salmonella from the skins of reptiles, the legs of birds. The issue is that when you have a feeding situation for wildlife, and it doesn't matter what kind of wildlife it is, you get concentrations of animals where they can more readily share bacteria or pathogens. And so I think the issue is twofold. One is that we create these artificial sites where you have artificial concentrations and there's transference of pathogens. We don't have concern over the transference of pathogens in wild populations because we don't, if they're not subsidized with food. The other is that we create some dependency on those artificial food sources that could disrupt natural migratory behaviors. And there again, we don't have any concerns over natural populations, waterfowl, upland, or otherwise. It's simply the feeder environment where we're potentially disrupting migratory behavior. And there was an article on chickadees on Chickadee Ridge in the northern part of the state that offered some cautions in creating a food subsidy that could disrupt that migratory behavior. And then we always put out warnings and to people with feeders, encouraging them to sterilize or clean or take them down at certain times of the year. But we don't have any concerns that would carry over or be at unnatural levels in wild populations.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner
Yes,
Hobbs?
thank you. I just always get concerned because of the article from Science, and then I'm seeing the salmonella issue, and it's all kind of coming together. And I just want to make sure that we're all clear that, if we're going to do quotas and set quotas or whatever, that we're considering all factors that might impair populations, whether they be game or non-game.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Commissioner Rogers.
Yes, I just wanted to come back real quick to Commissioner Perini's statement regarding that Northwest zone. And certainly he is very familiar with those northern counties, but I was just curious on some of his season date recommendations that he mentioned, if Mr. Wolstenholme had any comment on that, on changing some of those season dates that were discussed by Commissioner Perini.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers, members of the commission. So as far as those types of changes, there's really not much in the way of biological concerns for those types of changes. They're more of what is conducive to the hunters and what they would like to see. It's not going to make much of a difference, biologically one way or the other on that week shift here and there. So primarily, I just try to keep us within the federal framework so that we're not breaking any federal laws that way. So I can give you, if you so desire, Madam Chairwoman, I can give you the dates that would be for that duck and merganser season. This is why I do this one first, so that we can so that we can work from there. So if that were shifted back 1 week,
Mhm.
then the dates would be October 16th of 2021 through January 2nd of 2022, and January 5th of 2022 through January 30th of 2022. And that would move that opener back 1 week and shorten the closure to 2 days rather than 9 days.
Okay. How's everyone feel about that? Is that, I think that probably addresses what Mr. Commissioner Perini was trying to get at.
Madam Chair, I might,
Yes.
if I may, just try to seek some clarification there. And what I understood was a concern from Commissioner Perini relative to pressure on upland birds at a time of year where they're concentrated on limited water. And I don't know if I misunderstood that concern or not, if it was specific to waterfowl being concentrated as well at that time of year.
Commissioner Perini, would you like to clarify your statement?
Different on when
Yeah,
we have game birds and the ones dealing with ducks and geese and all that stuff is on the same day, usually on that Saturday. So it's all the hunters go into different locations. Maybe some from, again, chuckers, maybe, for example, or go duck hunting. And it seems that's a better way to go because there's just, most of the time they want to have it spread out to every kinds of birds that they want it to be, instead of all the people going to one place for duck season. The next week I go to the other one. It's just like there's a lot of people hunting. So what I'm looking at is the one on the 9th. That's going to be upland game birds, if that's what it was set here on this paper, along with ducks and geese and all that stuff would be the same day. This way, by bringing it a week later, it would have been to be upland game birds along with waterfowl on the 18th, I think it is. That way, what it does with the upland game bird, what I'm trying to say is the fact that the biggest problem is there's springs, there's all kinds of water there. So those birds go to that every day, 2 times a day. And the problem we've had so much with weather that the birds are getting shot at a lot. I'm just saying that they really are, because there's no water except for one places. If we get 1 more week on it, maybe by chance, some of the weather is going to get better as far as water spread out more, and we won't have as many problems. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you. Director Wasley, did you have any other no, okay. All right. Any other questions about ducks and mergansers? Okay, we'll go out for public comment on this, and then because that'll drive the rest of our season setting. So any public comment on ducks and mergansers, please raise your hand. Mr. Goff. Mr. Goff, there he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. What I was trying to get at with my email earlier this week is if we push back the season date to a week or the 9-10 day break, we'd be able to have the start date for waterfowl later in the season when many hunters are, off hunting big game. Many rifle hunts are open. A lot of the birds won't show up, especially geese, until later in the season, especially when we had the season break last time. Saw a lot of geese coming into the area. The swans usually don't show up till late October, early November. Some of the ducks still aren't in full plumage that early into October. So what I was suggesting is either just push back the start date or leave the start date where it is, but have the break in October, where as in instead of like we did in the 2020-2021 season, we had a break in January when plenty of geese were coming in, a lot of red-legged mallards pintails, birds will come back and forth between Central Valley and Nevada. And if you have that break in October, or you just push the season date the 9-10 days later, we'll be able to provide hunters opportunity in January when most big game seasons are done, and it would provide more hunter opportunity. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Any other public comment on ducks and mergansers? I don't see any. We'll give it another minute just in case. There's nothing in the chat box. Okay, well, I'll bring it back to you, Mr. Wolstenham. Any thoughts on what Mr. Goff had to say?
No, it just, it really depends on, it's really hard to find those closure dates. For me, I'm trying to maximize it for all the hunters. October, there's a lot of waterfowl migrating through south, and January there's a lot going north. For the northwest zone, it's difficult to have closures in other times of the year because of the swan seasons, and trying not to minimize the opportunities for swans. So there's with multi-species groups, sometimes it's difficult to pick a day that's works well for everyone, and that's always the struggle as the balance of setting season. So, but I don't have any agreements or disagreements with what Mr. Goff had said.
Okay, could you do me a favor? My pencil was running out of lead when you were giving us those dates before if we were to push it. Could you give me those again, please?
Absolutely.
The 16th.
Right. So those dates for ducks and mergansers in the northwest zone would be October 16th, 2021 through January 2nd of 2022, January 5th, 2022 through January 30th of 2022.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I had it incorrectly listed. Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, just to make sure I'm clear. So if we do end up pushing that season, does that further exacerbate Commissioner Perini's concern that only upland game would be occurring October 9th, and there would be more pressure on upland game during that time? Or is the upland game season starting later as well?
So the upland game season, that's addressed typically by the commission at the June commission meeting. And last year, those seasons were set for 2 years. So last year and this year. So as it currently stands, that season is slated to open October 9th this year for upland game, specifically for chukar and quail is the October 9th opener this year. So right now they would be on separate seasons. It is possible for the commission to request that the department come back and amend that in June at the June commission meeting if they so desire. But right now it is October 9th is the opener for those species.
Okay, thank you.
Lots to think about, I know. Any other comments or questions? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the ducks and mergansers portion of CR 21-13? I don't see one. Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move to approve the duck and merganser portion of Commission Regulation 21-20, or excuse me, 21-13, 2021 and 22 seasons bag limits for the duck and merganser portions as presented, with the following changes: in the northwest zone to have the start date of October 16th running through January 2nd, and that's 2021 through 2022, and then restarting January 5th of 2022 through January 30th 2022. And then in the south zone, I think if we strike Clark and Lincoln County to where the south zone would read South Zone except Moapa Valley.
Do we need to specify the counties for South Zone? That would be my only question, Mr. Wolstenhome.
No, Russell Wilson for the Department of Wildlife. No, there's no reason to have those counties listed.
All right. Okay, do I have a second to Commissioner Keel's motion? Commissioner Perini?
Yes, second, please.
Okay, great. We have a motion by Commissioner Keel and a second by Commissioner Perini to approve ducks and mergansers with the noted changes in the dates of the Northwest Zone, October 16, 2021 through January 2nd, 2022, and January 5, 2022 through January 30th, 2022, striking the Clark and Lincoln counties from South Zone to read except Moapa Zone Valley. All in favor, raise your hand. And opposed, motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Almberg absent. Okay, so Mr. Wolstenhome.
Madam Chair, if I could interrupt for about 2 seconds. So to Commissioner Perini and Commissioner Keel, would it be your guys' thought then that we review the upland opener at some point? Or if you got it laid out the way that you're hoping to see it in the future?
Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I guess my preference would probably be to readdress that upland regulation and move that back to decrease the hunting pressure on one species, as Commissioner Perini noted, especially in the last recent years, you know, very limited precipitation early, and those upland birds have been congested around the water sources. So I do believe that that would be my preference, but Commissioner Perini?
Yes, I could, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
I think to make it real clear on this thing was obviously we have two different things going at the same time. What we want to do is to keep the people for wildlife, I'm going after ducks and geese and that sort of thing, to have it more into January, to have that time to go hunting with. That's where they were very upset about. I also thought that the way to do that is that 1 week in October, that 7 days would be up to about the 16th of October instead of the 9th. That eliminates that kind of a problem in January. I think what we need to do though is upland game birds and waterfowl needs to be the same day, which would be the 16th, excuse me. That would have to be the same ones together to hunt. And because I would hate to see it separated between the both, I think it'd be better if it was all together that way. And that's what I'm trying to say. That's one way to make it easier for the waterfowl. I think it'd be better for the upland game birds because of our water issues that are really difficult anymore. So that's my thought.
Okay. Thank you. We'll have to put that on our future agenda. Okay, Mr. Wolstenhome, do you want to go through the rest of the?
Yes. So for ease of time and going through this, for species coots and moorhens, snipe, Canada geese, white front, and the falconry season would all have season dates that are identical to what you just passed for ducks and mergansers. So if you would like to do those as a group, then those would be the same dates that you just approved for the ducks and mergansers.
Okay.
And then we can do the other ones separately.
Okay, so we're talking about coots, snipe, Canada geese, white-fronted geese, snow and Ross geese, and falcon.
Not snow and Ross.
Oh, not snow and Ross. Okay,
Right.
Separate. Okay. Okay, sure, we'll do that. So those dates would change to the October 16 through January 2nd and January 2nd through January 30th. Everyone clear? Any comments on any of the listed species. See, Director Wasley, did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a general comment. When we began the meeting today, one of the items that we discussed was the CAB input and relative to season dates. And so we do have a fair amount of input from the CABs, many of whom put forward recommendations for things to remain the same, and others. Certainly the commission's prerogative, but I would just ask if any commissioner is knowingly opposing a CAB, if you can articulate that opposition in ways that we can capture it and be consistent with the legislative intent, so that we can have that in the minutes, so the CABs hear why. That would make it easier for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I would also encourage our CABs to speak up during public comment so that we hear from you directly. We do have your action reports, but we got them late. And so I know all of us have tried to get through all of the material, but it's helpful if we hear from you as well. Okay, any other comments from the commission, or should we go out for public comment? Seeing none, we'll go out for public comment on the portion of coots, snipe, Canada geese, white-fronted geese, and falconry with CR 21-13. Ms. Sterling?
Thank you. Although it's not my field of expertise, I'm curious. Since you have almost like a 3-month period of hunting of the fowl and geese and different species, is there a maximum number of hunters that are allowed, or do you just have thousands of people every day going out there and decimating the number of these of the birds? I'm just curious. It's not my field of expertise, but I'm curious of that, because it seems like a very long hunting season, and a lot of fowl and birds and all of them are having such a rough time with harsher weathers, both winter, summer, and I'm wondering if any of this is ever taken into consideration as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sterling. What we'll do is we'll get through all of the public comment, and then we'll have the department address your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment on this particular portion of CR 21-13? And Ms. Sterling, if you wouldn't mind muting your mic, that would be helpful. Thank you. No other comment, CAB comment? Mr. Crawford.
This is Joe Crawford with the Lion Cab. We support the season as the department presented it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. I'm looking at some of our CAB. Mr. Reese?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Mike Reese for the Clark County Cab. For the record, the Clark County Cab voted 7-0 unanimous to accept this. However, I was going to wait to comment because our big comment we had was under the youth and stuff. So I am listening, and I will re-comment again once we get down to the youth waterfowl hunt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other CAB comment or public comment for that matter? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Mr. Wilson-Hume, would you like to address, or Mr. Director Wasley?
Madam Chair, if I might start, and then I would really appreciate Russell filling in the blanks, but I would just like to kind of dispel the notion that waterfowl are in any way, shape, or form decimated. So first of all, let me just say that waterfowl, ducks, geese, and other migratory species are protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, which is with Canada and Mexico. The federal government administers that program through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There is great care paid to the nesting habitats, the prairie pothole region. The country is divided into specific flyways through which those birds are monitored and managed. And we've heard Commissioner Hubbs reference the North American Bird Conservation Initiative, the NABC report on the state of the birds, talking about a loss of 3 billion, or it was actually in excess of that, but well in excess of that. But if we look at the loss in birds, one of the interesting trends that we see is that there's only some species that are actually showing growth, and waterfowl are some of those species that are showing growth. So we're seeing increases in duck and goose populations, and a lot of that's attributable to the North American Waterfowl Management Plan, which is also a management plan that spans Canada and Mexico and the United States. And then the North American Wetland Conservation Act, which is funded to the tune of in excess of $60 million a year for waterfowl habitat and management. So some of the modeling, some of the science, the number of research projects, the extensive mathematical models, the trends of the birds, the plans, the actions, the treaties, the scale of North America, all provide great care, monitoring, and ensure that these populations are thriving and bucking national trends for other species like neotropical migrants and some of the other things. But Russell, please share some of your experiences on the technical committee and your engagement there, if you would. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Wolstenhome?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As Tony mentioned, a lot of the programs within the country for waterfowl, and I specifically work with the Pacific Flyway on the technical committee, as do other members of the department. But it's a pretty amazing process, and one that has been one of the highlights of my career working with that. So the Pacific Flyway includes 11 Western states, and we gather several times annually, and we write and we administer management plans for all of the waterfowl populations within the Flyway. And we monitor those very closely in conjunction with, as Tony mentioned, with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, with the Canadian government, and with on occasion with Mexico. And they're monitored very closely, and waterfowl almost across the board are at all-time highs in the last decade for population levels, as at least going back to the 1940s. So they're very closely monitored, and it's monitored not just within the state, but within all those Pacific Flyway states. We all work collectively so that because they're migratory, they're moving from state to state. We want to make sure that the populations aren't being exploited along their entire migration from start to finish and their return again. So it is monitored very, very closely. I appreciate the concern. As you know, as the biologist for these species, they're very dear to my heart, and I do watch these things very closely. But within the state of Nevada, so the most recent survey, nationwide survey on waterfowl.
Hey man, how you doing?
Within the Flyway, Nevada represents 2% of the Flyway's harvest. So, but it is monitored across the entire Flyway so that they're not, as I said, exploited along their entire migration route. So we do monitor it very closely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for the department? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve this portion of the CR 21-13. Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I'll move to approve Commission Regulation 21-13 in respect to coots and common moorhens, snipe, Canadian geese and brant, white-fronted geese, and the falconry seasons for migrating game birds, as presented, with the exception of the season in the Northwest Zone to coincide with what was approved in the ducks and mergansers, and also to strike Clark and Lincoln County from the Southern Zone. And just to follow up on Secretary Walsley's comment, as clarification, if this motion does in fact go against one of the CAB recommendation and on the previous motion as well, it was really to address two concerns. One was brought up by Commissioner Perini, and the other aspect of the intent of my motion was the department's guidance that there was no discernible biological impact by shifting that season for 1 week. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Keel. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Caviglia to approve the portion of 21-13 of coots and common moorhens, snipe, Canada geese, and brant, white-fronted geese, and the falconry seasons as noted. All in favor, raise your hand.
Madam Chair, I had some real quick conversation now that the motion's on the table.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So if you could go over real quick again, if anybody noted which cabs are present on the meeting today. I know Lyon, Humboldt, and Clark, and I know there's at least a couple others. Joe Pershing.
And Crawford is Lyon. Elko, Jim Cooney's on.
Elko.
We've got 35 attendees, so it looks like Larry Allen is here from Humboldt.
Okay.
So you got Mineral, right?
Mineral, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bunch is on from Mineral. I think that's it, but if I've missed someone, please let me know.
Okay.
Douglas, Mike Reese. Oh, Douglas, yeah.
It's with Clark. Okay, so I guess I just have a couple of quick comments here. First, it's virtually impossible for us, when we have the cabs come forward and support department regulations, and then we get into these conversations to where things change. We don't know if they're going to be good with the change or not. So all we can do is what Commissioner Keel did, which is note his thought process behind the change. Okay, so some of these folks are on the horn, are online today, and I'm really hopeful that if there's any concern in any way, shape, or at all, based on the conversations that they had during the meeting, which we may or may not have seen full minutes, we may or may not have participated, they have to say something, or we won't know that we're walking into something. And probably more to my point, I appreciate those cabs that are online today. These are long, brutal meetings sometimes, and I appreciate that these guys are on the line listening today, but I'm asking the question, where are the others?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I did speak with who did I speak with last? I talked to about 6 or 7 people late yesterday afternoon and into last night. And I asked if they'd be on the call today, and they said they had to work. So they were calling me in advance. Oh, Mr. Green is on as well from Carson. Unfortunately,
so we'll acknowledge Carson as well. Thank you, Carson.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. And Carson City was unable to have their meeting yesterday. They had some technical difficulties, so he sent us a note late last night that I shared with you all this morning. So I appreciate your comments, Commissioner McNinch, and agree wholeheartedly with you. It's tough to get through all of the information that we're presented with, the material, as well as all of the correspondence, especially for this meeting that we've gotten, and then getting some of our action reports as late as we did. And again, we only got maybe 6 out of 17 counties. So, okay, we have a motion on the table and a second. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Omberg absent. Okay, Mr. Wolstenhume.
Yes, proceeding with the remainder of the CR. Back to page 1.
Okay,
Mourning and white-winged dove. The department proposes season date statewide of September 1st through October 30th of 2021. Daily bag limit of 15, possession of 45.
okay.
And would you like to address these one at a time, or would you like me to go through the remainder?
I think if we can go through the remainder, that would be helpful.
Okay.
We've got a few, so.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
American Crow,
Mhm.
a statewide season from September 1st through November 17th of 2021 and March 1st through April 15th of 2022. The daily bag limit of 10. There's no change to the shooting hours or special regulations. On page 2, the special youth waterfowl hunt. Within the Northeast zone, hunt dates of September 11th and 12th of 2021. In the Northwest zone, there's a change because of the change to the previously made by the commission. Those new dates should read October 2nd of 2021 and February 12th of 2022.
Okay, so striking September 25, and that would be October 2nd, 2021.
Correct.
And those are only single day hunts, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
In the South zone,
Mhm.
dates of February 12th and 13th of 2022. And in the Moapa Valley portion of the Overton Wildlife Management Area, a date of October 23rd of 2021.
Okay.
Under limits, and this is Mike Reese from Clark County pointed this out, that there was a problem with this. So I'd like to point that out to the commission because it is wrong as you see it. So reading under daily bag limit, it should read daily bag limit is the same as that for the general season for ducks, mergansers, the addition of scaup here, as well as the addition of snipe, geese, coots, and moorhens.
Okay,
And otherwise, that remains unchanged.
okay.
Moving on to page 6 for Snow and Ross's geese.
Did we address Scott?
Oh, I'm sorry. You are right. The scaup season. Pardon, I'm working off of 2 documents now that the dates have changed. So, but that's okay. I came prepared for such a change. So, as I do every year. For scaup, lesser and greater, the Northeast zone, season dates of September 25th, 2021 through October 13th of 2021 and October 23rd of 2021 through December 28th of 2021. The Northwest zone, there's a change here of the opener of November 4th rather than October 28th. And then the rest, I know, not quite, November 4th through January 2nd. That should be November 4th of 2021 through January 2nd of 2022. And January 5th of 2022 through January 30th of 2022.
Okay.
The South Zone, November 6th, 2021 through January 30th of 2022. And those dates also for the Moapa Valley portion of the South Zone, November 6th to January 30th of 2022.
Okay.
And then remainder of that is unchanged from last year.
Okay.
Now on to page 6. Snow and Ross's geese. So for the northeast zone, season dates of October 23rd, 2021 through January 16th of 2022 and February 19th of 2022 through March 9th of 2022. For the northwest zone, changes here. November 5th of 2021 through January 2nd of 2022, January 5th of 2022 through January 30th of 2022, February 19th of 2022 through March 9th of 2022. Within the South Zone, striking, as with the other ones, the Clark and Lincoln County portion. South Zone except the Moapa Valley would be October 16th of 2021 through October 24th of 2021, October 27th of 2021 through January 30th of 2022. And in the South Zone within the Moapa Valley to the confluence of the Muddy and Virgin Rivers, October 30th of 2021 through January 30th of 2022. No other changes from last year. On page 8, for Swan, season date changes for Swan. Open areas are Churchill, Lyon, and Pershing counties with season dates October 16th of 2021 through January 2nd of 2022 and January 5th of 2022 through January 30th of 2022. With no other changes other than there's always a date change on the beginning of permit sales, which this year would be August 23rd of 2021.
Okay.
And then I had pointed out in the last section, public hunting limited on wildlife management areas. The only change to that section is the addition of Carson Lake and pasture, but that portion of the CR needs to be addressed in whatever motion the commission moves forward.
Okay. Is everyone clear on the changes with the dates? Any questions or comments? Commissioner Keel?
Sorry, I didn't get the special youth waterfowl hunt, the date in the Northwest Zone. It was October 2nd to February. I missed the
What?
February.
It's October 22nd and February 12th of 2022. So October 2nd, 2021 and February 12th, 2022. Those are single hunt dates.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, I don't see any. So we'll take it out for public comment. Please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this portion of CR 21-13. Mr. Reese. You're muted, Mr. Reese. Clear. I'm muting. There you go.
There we go. Okay. Mike Reese, Clark County Cab. We did have a 7-0 vote on this. We did have a special thing under the youth waterfowl hunt. We were waiting for it to get added with the snipe and the scalp. And so in case it did get added, the cab was in approval of that change taking place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any of our cabs want to comment? Other cabs? And Mr. Reese, if you wouldn't mind muting your microphone. Mr. Crawford?
The lining cab supported the item as presented by the department.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, I don't see any. Give it another second or two. Public comment on this portion of the waterfowl hunts and upland game. No? Okay. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission for, oh, hang on 1 second. We have a comment. Ted McIlvain from Lander County Cab is on. Thank you, Mr. McIlvain. Do you have any public comment for us on this portion of the CR 21-13? If you do, raise your hand and we'll call you in. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. Comments, questions, Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Corey Lytle also put in the chat box that Lincoln is online. So again, I appreciate those of you that are on. But I will ask if there's anybody. I know it's difficult. I mean, I hope the cabs are starting to realize that it's hard to be flexible on this end with the potential for us to go against what they've supported or recommended without having their direct input. So if any of them has any concerns based on their meetings, this is a great opportunity. This is the time to say where we're at. Otherwise, this motion kind of falls in place with all the others. So it's not too late, but
He's giving you one more chance. If you have public comment, please.
from the cabs, now's the time.
From the cabs, right.
We're doing the best we can, but we're you know, it's tough to circle back.
It is hard to circle back. We don't see them, which, you know, we do see them in our public meetings when we're allowed to be in person. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to you for a motion, Commissioner McNinch.
Okay. I hate to, Commissioner Keel, did you want to give a swing at it or? Okay, I'll take a swing at it. All right. So, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve CR 21-13 2021-2022 season bag limits and special regulations for migratory game birds as presented for the following hunts and with the following exceptions. Mourning and white-winged dove as presented. American crow as presented. Special youth waterfowl hunt as presented with the following exceptions. For the Northwest zone, the season that the special youth hunt days would be October 2nd, 2021 and February 12th, 2022. And under limits to include scaup and snipe in the daily bag limit comment. Scaup as presented with the following exceptions. For Northwest zone, season would be November 4th, 2021 through January 2nd, 2022, and January 5th, 2022 through January 30th, 2022. I'm sorry, I'm taking one quick look at something. I'll make the comment on the Southern zone thing in a second. And also under the Southern zone, there is a reference to from Moapa Valley to the confluence of the Muddy and Virgin Rivers that's intended to read November 6th, 2021 through January 30th, 2022. For snipe as presented, with the exception of the Northwest zone, which would be January 16th, 2021 through January 2nd, 2022. and January 5th, 2022 through January 30th, 2022.
Commissioner McNinch, didn't we address snipe earlier, Mr. Wolstenhume? Yeah, we did.
My apologies. I didn't mark it off on my list. So
That's okay.
scratch the snipe comment. Sorry.
We're on to snow and Ross's geese.
Snow and Ross's geese as presented with the following exception. Northwest zone, November 4th, 2021 through January 2nd, 2022, and January 5th, 2022 through January 30th, 22.
That actually would be November 5th. Commissioner McNinch.
November 5th,
That's what I have, and Mr. Wolstenhume is nodding his head.
November 5th. My apologies, November 5th.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for catching it as we go here.
We have a lot.
Lots of things here. So Swan with the as presented with the exception with the noted change 2021-22 season October 16th, 2021 through January 2nd, 2022, and January 5th, 2022 through January 30th, 2022. We did not touch on falconry yet.
We did earlier.
My apologies. Man, I must have been daydreaming here.
It's okay. Okay, that was a lot. Is everyone clear on the motion? And do we have a second? We have a second from Commissioner Perini. So I'm not going to attempt to reiterate all of that. I'm going to state that we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Perini to address those portions of CR 21-13 with respect to morning and white-winged dove, American crow, the special youth waterfowl hunt, scaup, lesser and greater, snow and Ross's geese, and swan with the noted changes. All in favor?
And Madam Chair, with the
Yes.
and the notation that the southern zone, except the Moapa Valley, would be it would be referred to as the southern zone.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. All in favor, raise your hand. Oh, Commissioner Keel.
One quick question. Would the Commissioner McNinch entertain approving the public hunting limited on wildlife management areas and designated state lands?
Yes, I would be amenable to that friendly amendment. I didn't know if Madam Chair wanted to just take what we had or what, but yes, I would add that to my motion.
That would be fantastic. Is the second okay with that? Commissioner Perini, he's okay with that. Okay. Whew. All right. Everyone clear on the motion? Yes. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Almberg absent. Thank you all for working through that. That's important stuff. I'm going to call for a quick break. And so why don't we come back? It's 10:55. Let's be back at 11:05. We'll take a 10-minute break. And we'll come back and address our reports. Thank you. Okay. We have everybody back. That was fast 10 minutes. Okay. Everyone. Okay, we have everybody. Moving on to agenda item number 7, the Legislative Committee report. Committee Chairwoman Tiffany East for possible action. A report will be provided on the recent Legislative Committee meeting, legislative items the Commission may vote on, positions for certain bills. Ms. Taylor, do you want to run through some of our recent activity? Oh, here's the
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman East. So the Legislative Committee has had 2 recent committee meetings. We met at the end of February, and then we met last week, or sorry, maybe it was even this week. But anyways, I did send out a committee tracking sheet for you guys. It was a little late, so it was added to the support material this week, and it looks like this. So I will be working off of that. Hopefully you all have it in front of you, because that has all of the committee's positions on certain bills. So we'll start at the top. There are a few bills that still have yet to come out. The new deadline for legislators to introduce their bills is this coming Monday. So hopefully most of the bills are out by Monday, but as you can see by the tracking sheet, we are still waiting for some bills to come out. So starting with AB 117, it revises provisions governing wildlife tags. This bill was brought by Assemblywoman Titus. This bill would require the licensed vendor to be present in the state of Nevada during the time of the draw. It also requires the department to post on the internet website information about the draw and gives the department a 24-hour timeline. The committee did oppose this language as written. However, after meeting with Assemblywoman Titus, I don't believe there will be any movement on this bill going forward. We can still establish a commission platform just in case, but it is up to the commission.
Any questions on AB 117 for Ms. Taylor? It did, a provision in the bill required a 24-hour website update on the tag process. And so that was really, that was where I think the committee started with their opposition. It puts a bigger burden on the department at a very busy time. So that's where we started with that bill. Commissioner Hubbs.
I apologize, but I'm trying to find the correspondence sent by Kaylee, and I'm trying to keep track of where we're at. And there's stuff, I mean, as we stated, there's so much correspondence right now. I'm wondering if I could have that sent to me again so I can pull it up while we go over this.
Yes.
Sorry, I did just resend that.
Okay. Also, just so everyone listening from the public knows, it was added to the department website. So if you go to the department website for the commission support material, it's on there also.
But I believe Missy just resent it, Commissioner Hubbs.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going over this really quickly. We are on the very first one then.
Yeah, AB 117. It's the second item down, I believe.
Okay. So it requires licensed vendor representative to be in Nevada when conducting the draw. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. Any other questions about AB 117? No, okay.
Would you like me to move through all of the bills and positions before discussing any platforms for all the bills?
Well, I think we're kind of discussing them as we go. So if we have further comments, we can, I guess, or questions, we can come back around.
Madam Chair, if I could just ask Kaylee real quick. Kaylee, when did you send that? Because I'm not seeing it with mine at this point.
I believe it should have been sent out Monday or Tuesday. as
Oh, I mean,
updated support material.
the one that we used for our meeting the other day. There's not been one since then?
No, I just updated it with the platforms that we discussed as a committee last week, and then, or at our last meeting, and then I revised it the following morning to add your platforms that were just created, and we updated it to the department website and then we sent it out.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought it was sent out like this morning, so
Oh,
I
no.
see, I see the one you sent now. Thank you.
Yes, it was just the morning right after our committee meeting.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I guess I'll move on. SB 78 is the next bill on the committee tracking sheet. It would expand the membership of the Board of Wildlife Commissioners. This bill would add one member who is a licensed master guide and one member who is an elected officer representing a local political subdivision. As Senator Goycochea did submit an amendment to this bill as well that would require commission appointees to be recommended by county advisory boards to the governor before they're appointed. The appointed member to the commission would have to be chosen from that list of recommendees from the CABs. So that was the basic provisions of his amendment that were added, but the committee did vote to oppose this bill as written in a 5-0 vote. And it was already heard in Senate Natural Resources. So there was much opposition on multiple different sides. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Any questions for Ms. Taylor? Ms. Hubbs? Okay, no. Okay, moving on.
Okay. SB 125 revises provisions governing falconry. This was brought by Senator Settlemyre and a group of falconers. This bill would make it so that falconers could possess an eagle for the purposes of falconry. The department did submit an amendment, basically changing the entire bill to make it only allowable for falconers to obtain a golden eagle for rehabilitation purposes or other circumstances as set by the commission. So the commission could set a regulation allowing other purposes for possession of a golden eagle besides rehabilitation if this bill were to pass. The committee did vote to support a rehabilitation platform. It was supported in a 4-0 vote, and member Greg Smith was absent at that committee meeting.
Right. And we did not, this bill was heard originally. We did not testify to it because the amendment wasn't clear or what hadn't been submitted yet. I apologize. So we did vote to support with the amendment. Any questions on the falconry bill? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess, are we, Kaylee, if you could, on the three that we've gone through so far, which ones have we officially, there's so much going on, have we taken a position on as a commission? And are we going to do that as we go, or are we going to wait until the end, Madam Chair, or what's the, I know we haven't taken action on this one.
Sorry, I was on mute. I thought what we do is go through the list, and then we can come back to each of them if there's further discussion, or we can vote to approve as submitted.
Okay.
Unless
so
you'd like to take each one individually, but we'll have to go out to public comment on each one.
Yeah, I know it's tough. I know it's difficult, but I think it's important at least for now, Kaylee, if you could just remind us where we are as a commission. I don't have that document that you're referring to. But if you could just mention that we have, if the commission itself, not the committee, well, the committee too, but if the commission has taken action, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner McNinch, the commission has not taken any action on these. The committee has.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing today.
We didn't have anything in our January meeting to talk about. Okay.
We did not. The legislative session had not started yet.
Okay.
I have testified so far on SB 78. of the list that we've gotten through so far.
Okay. Scrambled eggs. That's all. Thank
It's
you.
okay. Sure. Okay.
Okay. So, yes, the committee has taken a platform on all of the bills I have previously mentioned, but not the commission. Okay, so I'm sorry, is there any questions on the falconry bill before I move on? Okay. Okay, so moving on, SJR 3 is a resolution that urges Congress to provide funding to reduce the wild horse and burro populations to appropriate management levels. The committee did vote to support this in a 4-0 vote. Member Smith was absent for this vote again. And I am available for any questions on that resolution.
And if I may add, we've been asked by the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands to submit a letter of support for SJR 3. So we'll need to get the commission's approval on that too. Okay.
Okay. So AJR 4 is another resolution. This one urges Congress to designate certain land in the Spring Valley as a national heritage area. This has been heard in the Assembly Natural Resources Committee already. And the committee did vote to support this resolution in a 4-0 vote. Again, Member Smith was absent at that meeting. Okay, I'm not seeing questions, so I'll move on. AB 89 is a bill revising provisions related to wildlife brought by Assemblywoman Titus. This bill is another version of her tag transfer bill that I'm sure most of you are familiar with from the last session, because we ended up having to create a tag transfer program out of that bill. This bill would certainly enhance that program should it pass, but it would make it so that a tag could be donated to an organization for use by a person who has a disability or is young under the age of 16. And that organization provides opportunities to people signifying that they are below the federally designated poverty level. And again, in this bill, I just wanted to mention that they do define disability and qualified organizations so that the commission would not have to address those definitions should the bill pass and we add to the tag transfer program. The committee did vote to support this bill in a 5-0 vote.
And I did testify on this particular bill, and it has been work sessioned and passed out of the assembly.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions on AB 89? Okay.
Okay, so Assembly Bill 299 was just recently introduced this week. It was brought by Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod. This bill revises provisions relating to roadkill salvage, so it would make it acceptable for someone to salvage roadkill on the freeway. And then it does have provisions in there that they would have to check the animal into the department within 24 hours, but any peace officer could give someone the permit once they've found roadkill. So the committee has not had time to discuss this bill and has not been voted on yet. Are there any questions relating to this bill?
Is there any department discussion on AB 299? Director Wasley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have discussed it. We've discussed it from a number of different perspectives and certainly appreciate the spirit in which this bill is offered and not wanting to see the life of an animal be totally wasted. I think that we certainly have concerns that land in a couple areas. Looking at the data from the insurance industry, Nevada, the odds of vehicle animal collisions in Nevada, the only two places that have a lower chance of collision are Hawaii for obvious reasons and Washington, D.C. So we're 49th out of 51 jurisdictions, according to the automobile insurance industry. We also have significant capacity issues where we've talked about the jurisdictional area that each field warden has right now, and to take 33 field wardens that are spread so far and wide and divert their attention from providing protection or care from living animals to things that are already dead gives us some concern from a capacity standpoint. There's also concerns that have been raised by Department of Public Safety as far as public safety on the roadways, pulling over on the side, whether it's a freeway or highway, isn't necessarily advisable. There's also food safety concerns, and we know certainly in states that have identified chronic wasting disease, that animals with chronic wasting disease get hit disproportionately more than healthy animals. So again, we really appreciate the spirit and not wanting to see a animal's life wasted. It isn't as simple as that. It's a far more complicated issue, and we have very, very limited capacity in which to respond to these potential issues. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you
I'm sorry.
recognized me. I think you did, but
Commissioner.
okay, thank you. So yeah, Tony kind of touched on it, the public health side. So I'm going to put that hat on for just a second. And I know that in the state of Nevada that most of your, well, all 4 of your food codes in the state, representing the whole state, prohibit the use of roadkill for sale or for preparation in food establishments. And the reason for that is because of the food safety concerns. It doesn't address private, which this bill is really introducing, and the concept of private. But those same food safety issues transfer from those people that would be unsuspectingly purchasing it in a food establishment to possibly feeding it to their families and stuff. So I agree with Director Wassley. It's a nice thought, and it's it's hard to see that stuff go to waste. But at the same time, there's definitely we don't know how long they've been how long ago they were hit. We don't know if there were internal organ damage where there's where things can be contaminated inside. Who knows? There's a variety of things, but I think that there's definitely I'm not sure that we want to tie ourselves to something that somebody could have a bad experience. Let's just say that. So that's where I'm at on it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Any other thoughts on this particular bill? We're all kind of seeing it for the first time, unfortunately. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, so moving on.
Okay. So Assembly Bill 211 was also very recently introduced. This bill would make it a requirement for NDOW comments on all proposed land developments. NDOW currently does do comments on land developments on federal lands or on projects using federal dollars. However, this would make it a requirement for all land developments unless the county is already participating in a multi-species conservation and habitat program enhancement. So the committee did vote to support this bill in a 4-0 vote. Member Smith was absent at that meeting. And it has been heard in the Assembly Government Affairs Committee already. Are there any questions on this bill?
Any questions for Ms. Taylor? Okay.
Okay. So moving on, I'm skipping the next 2 BDRs because language has not come out for those. So Senate Bill 180 revises provisions relating to fire prevention. It would also allow for the use of cameras for early detection of fires. The committee did vote to support this bill in a 4-0 vote, and Member Smith was absent at that vote.
Actually, I need to amend that. It was a 3-0 vote. I abstained on this particular bill because I have a client that is participating in this legislation. So I did it from that, and I would have to abstain from it here, or I would feel it's necessary for me to abstain. Okay, any questions about SB 180? No. Okay.
Okay. Senate Bill 52 requires the establishment of a program for awarding a dark sky designation to certain sites in the state. This bill has already passed all the way through the Senate and is now in the Assembly, so there was a lot of support for this bill. The committee did vote to support it as well in a 4-0 vote. Member Smith was absent for that vote.
Any questions on SB 52? No. Okay.
Okay. Senate Bill 170 would make various changes relating to off-highway vehicles. Currently, the off-highway vehicle registration program is run through the DMV. This bill would be taking it out from under the DMV, and the Division of Conservation and Natural Resources would establish a new program for OHV stickers. It will now be tied to a person rather than the vehicle, similar to how the department's AIS sticker program works for vessel registration. So there was a lot of support for the bill. It has already been heard in the Senate Growth and Infrastructure Committee. This bill was voted to support by the committee in a 3-1 vote. Commissioner Perini was in opposition and Member Smith was absent.
Any questions on SB 170 or comments? No. Okay.
Okay, so last one, AJR 3 is another resolution. It urges various actions relating to the protection of conservation of land and water. Most of you have probably heard of President Biden's 30 by 30 movement, and this is a resolution supporting that federal legislation. The committee did vote to support this bill in a 4-0 vote, and Member Smith was absent for that.
Do we want to touch on the following bills and move any up and then go out for public comment?
Sure. So,
okay.
Do you mean like the ones that NDOW is tracking and the ones that the committee decided to remove?
Yes.
Okay. So, another bill that I put on the committee tracking sheet that the department is currently tracking is AB2. It revises provisions relating to appointments to public bodies. This is in the Committee on Government Affairs, and NACO is actually the group that asked for this bill. It would let people serve on more than one border commission. Currently, members are only allowed to serve on one border commission, but this bill would change those provisions. And then the bills that the committee has decided to remove from their tracking sheet, 3 of them are relating to firearms, and they were voted to remove from the tracking sheet because AB 78 is dealing with the sale or transfer of a firearm as it relates to holders with a CCW permit. AB 80 relates to firearms on school property. SB 192 adds a CCW designation on the Nevada driver's license. And then AB 170 revises provisions governing animals. It actually falls under Animal Rescue and Department of Agriculture. So all 4 of those bills were removed from the committee's tracking sheet.
There is another firearms bill, and I don't remember the number. I believe it's 286, that does deal with the manner in which a gun holder would have to carry a firearm into a hotel, into a covered area. You'd have to get permission prior to, let's say you're out hunting and you're staying overnight somewhere and you want to bring your firearms into your hotel room. You would have to get special permission from the property owner or manager to be able to do that. And so we may want to add that to our list. I've seen some comments about it from some of the sportsmen's organizations, so we may want to put a watch on that one as well.
That bill has already been heard. I just wanted to let you guys know. So if the commission wants to take action on it, I would recommend doing that as quickly as possible.
And what's the actual number on that one, Kaylee? Is it 286?
Yes, it is AB 286. And I did listen to most of that hearing, and I can tell you there was a lot of public
opposition.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so any questions for Ms. Taylor on these bills? Commissioner Caviglia?
Yeah, I guess I want to back up. The one I just have a question about, and I'm not against it or anything, but the AJR number 4, the designation in Spring Valley for the swamp cedars, has there been any discussions of the limits of the area they want to designate in that, as far as I see it mentioned as a national monument or sucking it into Great Basin National Park? It's close to Great Basin National Park, but it's technically not connected to Great Basin National Park. So I'm just curious if there's been discussion of the limits of that designation.
Yes, the department has had discussions, I believe it's with the Forest Service, and we would want a boundary designated at some point should the bill pass, but I will invite Division Administrator Alan Janae to add to that statement if he wishes.
I see him coming on. Mr. Janae, are you going to join us? There he is. Maybe.
Hello.
He is. Hi.
I'm sorry. I was having technical issues. I'm cutting out on my end. I couldn't hear much what was being asked.
Commissioner Cavilla is asking. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Cavilla.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just curious if there's been any discussion on the limits of this proposed, either talking about a national monument or connecting, somehow tying it into the Great Basin National Park. If there's been discussion of the limits of this area they want to get designated for the swamp cedars.
At this time, I have not heard. I did reach out to NDF. I haven't received a reply. I figured that might be something they would designate in NAC rather than NRS. But I haven't heard back, but I am checking on that. I was thinking, you're familiar with the area, and I was thinking it would probably, as I looked at it, it would probably stay in the valley between the two roads that go up on the bench on each side.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my understanding too. I would hate to see it go out beyond that, right? And there's always the potential for that to turn into a discussion later on, I guess. That's my only concern with that, Bill.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Cavilla. I shared the same concerns because we wanted to make sure that it was relative to the cultural and it wasn't having influence on potential for possible restoration work in trying to, promote sage grouse values on those alluvial fans where the pinyon juniper are creeping down. So thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on any of the bills that have been presented today? No? Okay. Well, then seeing none, we'll go out for public comment. So if you have public comment on the legislative committee's recommendations, please raise your hand. Mr. Ricker?
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you, Chairwoman East, and for taking this public comment on AB 299. I would like to, I guess, give a little bit more background. I'm not exactly looking for the Commission's support of AB 299, but just to put out a little more info. I would say that is a bit of a pushback against the wildlife collisions being a rare incident on a per capita basis. It happens at a minimum of about 500 times per year from NDOT data. And this doesn't include those incidents not reported to law enforcement, which is common by owner-operator truckers. So this number would constitute 4% of all the animals harvested by hunters every year. So it is definitely an issue. I would say, additionally, the scientific literature is conclusive on how roadkill helps sustain ravens. And also the connection between ravens and sage grouse and their dwindling populations is also pretty conclusive. Additionally, a greater understanding of wildlife crossing hotspots would be obtained by the acceptance of AB 299. Currently, most data points from NHP are given to the nearest mile marker, with an option in this bill to institute an electronic platform. Exact coordinates of incidents would be given, and the food safety issue is I think it's more of a personal freedom sort of argument. So with that, I would defer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker. Mr. Malini. You're still on mute, Mr. Malini. Can we unmute him? No, he has to do it. Okay.
I have asked him to unmute. And
you have, okay. There he is. Mr. Malini, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Unfortunately, we can't hear you, Mr. Malini. Does anyone else have public comment? Maybe he can type into the chat box, or we can give him another try in a minute. Mr. Reese.
For the record, it's Mike Reese. This is my own opinion. I would love to see the record of the commission take a stance on SB 286. As you stated, a lot of people go and stay in hotels and stuff like that, not just camping and stuff. So I believe that it would behoove us to take a position and no on SB 286. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Mr. Malini, can you hear us now, or can we hear you? Can you speak to us? Oh, shoot. We can't hear you, unfortunately. Okay. Any other public comment on the legislative committee's recommendations? Nope, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for comments, suggestions, a motion. I would like to state that a lot of thought goes into these. We discuss these at length and develop a platform. And Ms. Taylor and I believe other commissioners on the committee sit through the committee meetings and listen to the testimony both in support and opposition. So I feel like we've got a pretty good understanding of all of these bills, and where they may be headed sometimes changes because they get massaged and nuanced in different ways. But Commissioner Hubbs?
Just really quickly, Kaylee, can you go over the falconry legislation really quickly again, and you're in support of it and the rationale behind that?
yes, so thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. So once the falconry bill originally came out, the committee did discuss that and was at the first meeting confused about the language. The department did meet with the falconry group after the original committee meeting and the original bill came out, and we worked with the falconry group on an amendment that would satisfy the falconers' request and any department concerns held. The falconers had originally brought the bill forward because they wanted to be able to participate in rehabilitation efforts for golden eagles, and currently they are not allowed to under statute. The amendment submitted would allow for them to possess golden eagles for rehabilitation purposes, and other certain circumstances set forth by the commission. So if the bill should pass, a master falconer could possess a golden eagle for rehabilitation purposes, and then any other circumstances the commission would set forth through regulation. And I do have Division Administrator Newmark on if you have specific questions to nuances about falconry.
My only question, I guess, is currently do master falconers have eagles in their possession?
No, currently Nevada statute does not allow for the possession or take of any golden eagles.
And how many master falconers do we have currently with permits in the state of Nevada? Do we know that?
I do not know the answer to that. I'm not sure if Director Lossley or Division Administrator Newmark has that information handy. And if they don't, then I'll be sure to get that for you.
Is Newmark? No. Director
No.
Lossley? No. Okay.
I guess, are there any concerns, Ms. Newmark, about the falconers having possession of the eagles, of the golden eagles from a biological perspective? Do you foresee that being a lot of eagles?
For the record, this is Jennifer Newmark, Nevada Department of Wildlife. I don't know exactly what the number is of master falconers in the state, but it's certainly not a huge amount. You know, we will get that information to you. And no, I don't have concerns from a population conservation perspective for the possession. The way the bill is written, it still prohibits take of a golden eagle from the wild for purposes of falconry, but it does allow for possession, an exception to the possession rule for a rehabbing situation, or if a falconer, one other option that the commission could choose to provide an exception for is if a falconer was living in another state and they were licensed in that state to have a golden eagle and they're moving to Nevada, that's an opportunity that the commission could consider. So this is really about possession of golden eagles and not about take from the wild for falconry purposes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions? I do want to mention, just 1 second, we did have a public comment from Mr. Massaro. They suggest that all animal roadkill be donated to animal wildlife rescues or sanctuaries or zoos that are in need of the meat that is not fit for human consumption. So I just wanted to share that with you. Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do have one comment on AJR 3. Those of us in the ranching industry are, we've opposed this, and we have some real concerns, and so I'll be opposed to this one.
Okay. Do you want to share some of those concerns, Vice Chair Barnes?
We're concerned about the protectionism of it and what exactly that means. You know, I know in some of the comments we've had, you know, they're talking about global warming and we're the cause of it. And we just don't support that. And like I say, we're really concerned about, you know, what the protection language means and how that would affect us. So like I said, that's for now, that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Commissioner Hubbs, did you have another comment?
Yes, I just wanted to say I'm going to try to get a vote in on this. Are you looking for us to support your stance as the committee, like move to support your stance? Is that what you're looking for right now?
Yes.
Well, if nobody else has any further comment, I can make a motion. That's all I was saying. I just was trying to find out how we wanted to structure that motion.
Okay, let's go to Commissioner McNinch first, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Kirsten, I guess I was formulating how to proceed too. So, so my thought, if there was going to be a motion made, I would support, support the platform made, and I would name out my bills. But I would remove AJR 3 out of respect for Commissioner Barnes, so that he can take separate vote on that. And then the other 2 or 3 that we've talked about, allowing more people to sit on more than one board, the guns on the SB 286 and the AB 299, I would remove those and maybe have separate consideration as a commission. That would just be my thought on it.
If we could separate out SB 180, I'd appreciate that as well. Okay, now we've got some questions. Commissioner Cavilla?
I guess I want to kind of follow up with Commissioner Barnes on AJR 3, and I also that's kind of a wide open, the way it's written, it's wide open, and there's no definition of how they want to do their, the intents of the supposed conservation there. So I guess I have problems with that one as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rogers?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I just was curious if we also needed to address SJR 3 and the letter of support that was mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Typically, what we've done in the past is if the commission feels they'd like to have a letter written, the chair works with the department to write that letter and then send it along. If you're comfortable with that, we have had a template suggested to us that I can work with the department and make some minor adjustments to it and send it off. So, any other comments or suggestions? Commissioner Hubbs, did you want to make a motion?
We have removed so many of the bills at this point in time that I think I'm going to leave that to the individuals who have a very keen interest in this. Otherwise, I felt overall fairly comfortable with the committee's stances on these bills. And but if there's some reservation out there, I'm open to pulling a couple of them and talking about them more and passing the ones that, we seem to all kind of agree on right at this moment.
Okay. All right. So Commissioner McNish, would you like to attempt?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll make a motion that we approve or accept the recommended platforms and/or positions from the Legislative Committee on bills AB 117, SB 78, SB 125, AJR 4, AB 89, AB 211, SB 52, SB 170, and that's it for now. And then we'll circle back on these others in just a moment.
Okay, super. Do I have a second? A second from Commissioner Hubbs to approve the mentioned bills suggested from the Legislative Committee. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Hubbs or Commissioner Almberg absent. Okay, do we want to circle back on the others? So we can take them one by one. Go ahead, Commissioner Hubbs.
My only issue is that this time I voted on those and I have to go to that obligation that I have. And so I'm hoping, are we going to be taking a lunch today? So I'm hoping to be back in about 2 hours. Okay. And I'll keep my assistant, like I said, on online monitoring for the very last agenda item. Okay, so good luck with the remaining ones, everyone, and I'll see you shortly.
Okay, oh, shoot.
Madam Chair, if I could offer a couple, maybe a real quick cleanup of a couple of other items here.
Yes.
Maybe we can take action on So I guess I would make a motion to approve SB 180 as recommended and supported by the legislative committee.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? On SB 180. A second by Commissioner Rogers. All in favor, raise your hand on SB 180. Oh, I can't.
That's the reason why we're doing it. Yep.
I'm just so used to throwing my hand up. Okay. Opposed and abstain. So that would be 6-1 with Commissioners Almberg and Hubbs absent, and I'm abstaining. Okay, thank you very much.
Correct.
6-0, and I'm abstaining. Yes, thank you for the clarification. Okay.
Okay. And then, Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve SJR 3 as recommended by the committee, including the letter that was provided to that committee as it was written. And I'm hoping everybody's had a chance to see that. Is that something we need to read out or post or?
We can send it out today. Yeah. We'll send it out to.
I was worried that I was asking people to approve something they hadn't had a chance to look at or in that fashion. So we've had a chance as a committee member to see that. So.
Okay, yeah, and typically what we've done is we've worked with the department to draft something. So I'll do that if that's okay with everyone. Okay, so we have a motion to approve SJR 3 by Commissioner McNinch. Do we have a second?
I have a real quick question. So is the motion to approve SGR 3 and to direct you to write the letter? That's the motion?
Yes.
That's a better way of framing it, Tommy. Yes. based on the proposed letter that we had a chance to review in the committee, I think that there's a platform we can accept that the department, along with Madam Chair, would be able to draft a letter with that intent in mind, tailoring it to the commission's needs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll second that then.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Caviglia on SJR 3. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 6-1 with Commissioner Barnes opposing on SJR 3. Okay.
So Tom, if I could real quick, that was not AJR 3, the 30 by 30 resolution.
My mistake. I got.
Do you want to be recorded as in favor?
Can we,
yes,
can everyone?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, please. I will be in favor of on that one.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're set.
Yeah.
So we're 7-0.
After the mess I make with the seasons, don't worry about it.
Okay, so we're 7-0 on SJR 3, and I will work with the department to send a letter. Moving on to AJ, no, 299 would be next. And we did have that public comment about donating the meat. Does anyone have any thoughts on 299? Do we want to wait and see where it heads? Get more information?
So Madam Chair, I'm not going to be in favor of it for two reasons. Number one, I understand people wanting to make those decisions for themselves, and that's not what this is about for me. I had a career in public health. I've seen the other side of a bad incident. People unsuspectingly, feeding something that they maybe shouldn't have. It's not a fun thing. And so from that standpoint, but probably more importantly to me, I don't think that there's any, we can talk about the benefits to the Raven stuff. I'd leave that to the department to comment on the benefits of removing carcasses. We've had projects. There's been, certainly certainly it moves things around a little bit, I guess, but they move around anyway. We're not going to keep all the ravens off of every dead. There's still rabbits that are getting hit on and on. But more importantly, the impact to the agency. I just don't think that it's in the best interest of the agency to have to deal with that at this point in time, and maybe something better comes out of it. So at this point in time, the way that it's written, I would support not supporting AB 2299.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Any other thoughts, Commissioner Barnes or Vice Chair Barnes? Sorry.
Thanks. I'm going to agree with Commissioner McNinch on this one. The pure health issues dealing with something like this is a real concern for me. You know, dealing with meat and like I say, and then you know, the extra stuff put on the department too, and the enforcement guys. I have an issue with this one. I'm with Dave on this one.
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting some nods of heads. Anyone else? Commissioner Caviglia?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think logistically too, it's difficult, and the extremely short window you would have to salvage meat and try to get somebody out there to issue you a permit and all that. I think logistically it's a nightmare, and yeah, I can't. I'm not gonna be for it either.
Okay. I'm hearing opposition to 299. Any other thoughts? Commissioner Perini?
Oh, hi. I just wanted to say that exactly was what the last three said, that we should not do that. But I want to say that our director, Tony, he gave some good information about that also, if you ever thought about it. I think that we should not do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? No. Do I have a motion on 299?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we oppose AB 299 as it's currently written.
Okay. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Caviglia. Vice Chair Barnes?
Sorry, I was just going to second it.
Okay. All right. It's kind of slow today, unfortunately. All right. So we have a motion to oppose AB 299 by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Caviglia. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes 6-0 with Commissioners Hubbs and Almberg absent. Okay. And I think AJR3 is the last one. Not quite, AB 286. So SJR or AJR3, I'm sorry. Did we address SB 180? Did we address SB 180? I'm so confused. I'm lost. I think we did.
Yeah,
I raised my hand.
That's
we
right.
did. Okay. Okay.
So what I have on my list is AJR3.
Yes.
And if we're going to talk more about SB 286.
Okay.
And then there was the concept introduced that I did not catch the bill, Kaylee, with the being allowed to sit on more than one board. Could you tell me what that number is again real quick, so I just have a number?
Yes, that's Assembly Bill 2. And I did just want to correct you, Commissioner McNinch, it's AB 286, not SB 286.
Yes.
AB. Okay, well, I had written it down AB 286, but then I changed it. So it is AB.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know why I changed it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's address AJR3. We've had some concern about AJR3. Do we have any thoughts about? Maybe we remain
This
neutral
one
on
is
it.
the 30 by 30 proposal.
This is the 30 by 30. I will tell you that I sat on a webinar the other day with the Congressional Sportsmen's Forum or Foundation. Unfortunately, I didn't get to listen to the entire forum because it was long and I was in the middle of other things, but there are several sportsmen's organizations that are supporting it, just for your information. Commissioner Cavilla?
And I guess my concern, and probably kind of like Tom's, is, I mean, there's parts of it, like they reference the Desert National Wildlife Refuge and all that, and I'm absolutely on board with that stuff. But the other kind of open-ended part of it, you know, and what are the details of that is the part that concerns me. The remainder of the land, you know, the limits of what they're proposing to do. That's where I have concerns with it, and the user groups who are going to get allowed to use that land, you know, because some of that stuff, you go pure wilderness designation and you're taking 95% of the public out of using the land anymore. And that, I just have concerns with that. It's kind of open-ended, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. Any other questions? Vice Chair Barnes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's some of the dovetailing on to what Commissioner Cavilla had to say. You know, a lot of these well-intended bills come along, but there's a lot of unintended consequences that we all have to deal with down the road. And I guess that would kind of maybe sum up a lot of my concerns as well.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Tom and Tommy, what would you need to see in something like this to make you feel more supportive of it? Not necessarily to support it, but more supportive of the concept.
I don't know, and I don't know at this phase, you know, with what they're proposing. You know, it for me, it comes down at you open the door, and then, you know, this stuff takes a long time to happen. But then when it happens, like Tom says, there's unintended consequences later on, you know. And at this phase, you're just opening a door. We want to protect this land, but there's no details involved with it, right? And it's the details are the kicker of it, right? And yeah, I don't know right now where I would have a high comfort level. I mean, I'm all for conserving land for wildlife, but there's also other user groups too that are, you know, I want to see be able to use that land as well, you know, like the ranching and that. And I don't know, reading that resolution right now, it's pretty open-ended in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. Nobody else has to agree with me. You know what I mean? But I don't know where I could get a comfort level right now.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Barnes?
This is Tom. Yeah, Dave, I'm right in line with Tommy. He said it very well, and I really can't add anything to that, because he articulated pretty much really what the livestock industry is feeling as well. You know, we support the multiple use concept, and at this stage we don't know where this is headed.
Okay.
Well, and you know, it's been a long time since I've gone on the record as saying that I'm multi-use. We just had a friend walk through the door and he likes to talk. So there might be a little noise here. Yeah, my son's dog.
Oh.
So we're trying to keep him calm right now, but he's a talker. Anyway, so I guess I'm a multi-use person too. It doesn't always come off that way here lately, but I definitely support multi-use. And I guess my tolerance is a little bit higher than your guys's at this point. So I was just hoping that there might be a place to find a common ground to plant our feet on today or something. And I don't know. I mean, I know that the people that I represent, a lot of them are very much behind this. So that's why I was asking if there was a place to work or not. And it might just boil down to our comfort level with where something like that might ultimately go. And I understand that.
So I am hearing that we may want to just remain neutral on this one for now, because I think some of us might have a bigger comfort level than others. Would that be, what would be your appetite to remaining neutral on AJR 3?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
If I might, before you get to the answer to that question, I certainly hear the concerns. I just want to add maybe some additional data to the discussion. So last week was the North American conference hosted by the Wildlife Management Institute, and there were several officials from the Biden-Harris administration, the new director for Fish and Wildlife Service, and several others. And this topic was a big topic of discussion, and the same questions are being asked by all the state and provincial wildlife agencies. The questions are being asked by all of the NGO partners, and I know the huntfish3030.com webpage has a tremendous amount of information. There was a letter submitted to the administration from congressional Republicans last week. The day later, there was a similar letter submitted seeking the same kind of clarification from congressional Democrats. There is a tremendous amount of uncertainty on what constitutes protection, what may or may not be allowed. Generally speaking, there's uncertainty in every facet of this. I think that if you went to the huntfish3030.com webpage, you would kind of see that there is an emerging support for the concept of protecting lands from certain activities, but maintaining the multiple use that would relate to this commission and our department and our activities, whether it be firefighting or guzzler maintenance or hunting or fishing access or road use. And so that those concerns that have been expressed here are concerns that have been expressed throughout the entire sportsman community. State wildlife agencies, provincial aren't affected by this, but certainly have shared some of the similar challenges that they have north of the border. So I think at this point, there probably isn't enough information or enough answers to these questions to really determine where we are on this issue. But as I learn more, I'll commit to sharing that with the commission. Maybe as these letters from congressional Democrats, congressional Republicans are answered, I can share that with the commission and the committee and assist in making some position in the future.
Okay, thank you, Director Wasley. Do we want to just leave this one alone at the moment? I mean, we can do several things. We can vote to support, oppose, remain neutral, let it sit. What's the pleasure?
Madam Chair, I don't have a problem with letting it sit for another meeting. We're going to have a meeting in April. Maybe something changes and provides some clarity and adds or detracts from the comfort levels that any of us might have, and maybe we can review it then.
Okay. I would probably be in support of that too. Okay, so since we don't have any position on it, we'll just leave it alone and we'll move on to AB2, which is the revises provisions relating to appointments to public bodies by NACO, lets people serve on more than one board or commission. You have, I know you wanted to further discuss this, Commissioner McNinch.
Only from the standpoint that it was put out there to kind of consider. I'm not sure that we have a dog in this fight, but I can tell you that one of the main reasons why it came about was because of this wildlife commission. So and I'll just throw it out there, about 10, 12 years ago, we had I've kind of calmed down now, and I'll refer to it as a rough spot rather than really spell out what I think about what happened. And part of the process of healing and getting our, what I perceived to be getting ourselves back on track was to limit the number of people that could sit on appointed boards. So that directly impacted with us, whether or not I can't help but feel that was a once in a lifetime event for us, but you never know. So for it to go back the other way, I don't know if there's some kind of nefarious little, maybe that's what happened last time and none of us saw it, but I'm not sure that we really have to get out in front and take a position on it myself.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments, questions? I would probably feel the same way. Right now, we're opposing SB 78, which I think expands our Wildlife Commission, and we've opposed it for some similar reasons. So I would probably feel the same way about AB 2. Let's just put a watch on it. But any other?
So, Madam Chair, who is sponsoring AB 2? That's a good question. Or Kaylee, sorry.
Yes, so it was technically, thank you, Chairwoman East, through you to Commissioner McNinch. It was sponsored by the Committee on Government Affairs, but it was brought on behalf of the Nevada Association of Counties.
Oh, you said that. Thank you. Yes, I remember you saying that now.
And since we're on this bill, I just wanted to let you guys know that it was already heard in the committee and it is scheduled for a work session on March 24th.
March 24th. Okay. Okay. All right. Any other comments? Do we want to take a position or just let it sit? We're going to let it sit. Okay. Yes. Vice Chair Barnes.
Sorry, Madam Chairman. I guess my connection is a little bit delayed, obviously. I was just going to comment a little bit as far as I'm concerned, without knowing more background about this and, where this came from and the reason behind it. Yeah, I'm not comfortable taking a position on it either.
Okay. Okay. So, okay, we'll let it sit then. And then I think the final bill for us to consider is AB 286, the firearms bill. That has some stipulations about, I just got about having firearms in a covered area. Do we want to consider AB 286? Okay, I don't see any movement. I'll keep a watch on it. So let's just add it to our watch list. Okay. That concludes the legislative committee update. Thank you, everyone, for bearing through that. We have discussed some additional meetings that we'll talk about later. As you've heard, we'll have to probably have an April meeting, a commission meeting to review additional items that come up between now and then. So I want to move along quickly because we are going to lose Commissioner Caviglia. So let's move along to agenda item number 8, the Regulation Simplification Committee Report. Committee Chairman Tommy Caviglia, informational, a report will be provided on the recent Regulation Simplification Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can keep it relatively brief, but the Regulation Simplification Committee met on February 25th, 21. And basically the majority or almost all the discussion in that meeting was in relation to NAC 503, which the commission is going to look at later today. Specifically, the bulk of the conversation was regarding the suitcase trap. So, and I know that can be discussed in the future, in the later agenda item today. And beyond that, that committee is pretty much, we're kind of wrapping up our work. I don't know, again, probably depending on what happens today, we'll see if the committee is going to meet again. I see Kaylee nodding, and I don't know if she's got any additional comments, but that's kind of all I had on our committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor, did you have anything to add?
No, I was just going to add that Commissioner Caviglia is correct. This committee is essentially finished reviewing the NACs depending on what happens today. So this is the last call to any cabs in attendance to submit any NAC changes or simplification that you might have. I know we've been asking cabs this entire time and have not received any. So this, I am letting them know this is their last opportunity.
Okay, thank you. All right, that was informational. We'll move along to the agenda item number 9, the Wildlife Damage Management Committee report. Committee Chairman John Allenberg, informational for possible action. A report will be provided on the recent Wildlife Damage Management Committee meeting. And since Commissioner Allenberg is absent today, I believe that Vice Chair Barnes is going to provide that report.
Okay, we had our meeting last night. We knew John wasn't going to be here. Tommy volunteered to give the report too, but I'll start and then he can, if I miss something, I'll let him jump in. It was a pretty simple meeting. We reviewed the report that Pat presented, and we accepted his report as presented. Tommy, you want to add anything to it? But that was pretty much the gist of the committee meeting.
Okay.
You got it. You got it covered.
All right. Okay, thank you. So we finished up item number 9. I know we're going to lose you in 15 minutes, Commissioner Caviglia. Would you like to try to get into the next agenda item?
Madam Chair, I hate to be a backseat quarterback, but or driver in this case, but on number 9, it was an action item. I'm wondering if we should cover our bases.
Thank
Sorry.
you for the reminder. My apologies. You're right. My apologies. The other one was informational, so I just moved along. Okay, it was an action item, so we'll take it out for public comment on agenda item number 9, the Wildlife Damage Management Committee report. And I was remiss in asking Mr. Jackson if he had anything to report, so we'll come back to him. Any public comment on agenda item number 9? Okay, I don't see anybody coming to the plate. No hands are raised. So we'll come back to the commission. Mr. Jackson, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. No, it was a pretty brief meeting last night. No changes to the plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we don't have to take a vote because we don't have anything to vote on. And we don't have any public comment. Okay, so back to Commissioner Caviglia. Would you like to jump into 10A or would you like?
I have to bail out of here in about 12 minutes. I unfortunately have a funeral to attend. But I know based on I'll leave it up to you guys. Based on the discussions we've had, it's been a lengthy discussion at the committee level. It was the last time at the commission level. I probably won't be here by the end of that conversation. So unfortunately, I'll let you guys decide how you want to proceed.
Okay. We're losing another commissioner, so we'll be down to 5. I need to ask the department or the DAG. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll be down to 6. We'll be down to 6. Sorry, math is not my thing, clearly. Okay, we're down to 6. So I think we're still good. So what's the pleasure? Do you want to take a break and then jump into this after lunch? Or would you like to tackle NAC 503 and then have lunch? Anyone care? Nobody cares.
I guess for me, Madam Chair, if Commissioner Caviglia could just share his thoughts on it and stuff before he leaves, and then I don't know. I mean, it's kind of 6 1, half a dozen the other at this point, I guess. The only thing we get by doing it, at least allowing Commissioner Cavilla to give his thoughts before he left. I mean, he is chair of the committee and was involved with all that, so.
Okay, let's jump into it really quickly then, and then we'll let him go. So we're moving on to agenda item 10, Commission General Regulations Workshop, public comment allowed. 10A, Commission General Regulation 496 NAC 503 simplification management. Kaylee, I think that was supposed to say analyst, Kaylee Taylor for possible action. The commission will review the Regulation Simplification Committee's recommendations regarding language updates and simplification of Nevada Administrative Code NAC 503 relating to wildlife. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken. Persons wishing to comment are invited to raise their hands in the virtual meeting forum and will be individually called upon until all wishing to comment have had the chance to do so. Okay, so 10A. Ms. Taylor? You're muted.
Sorry.
No
Thank you. So as Commissioner Cavilla just stated, at our recent Regulation Simplification Committee meeting, we did solely discuss NAC 503.165, which dealt with boxer cage traps. As most of you remember, at the last commission meeting, you did approve the rest of NAC 503. Aside from this specific portion dealing with suitcase traps, the department did change the language, and you guys do have an updated version of that in front of you. So we added a definition or language clarifying what a suitcase style trap means. It is now paragraph E. You can see that, and it would be a trap which is composed of two opposing spring-loaded metal frames, each surrounded by a wire mesh with a trigger mechanism located in the middle of a trap, which when triggered causes the metal frames to close together, encasing the animal within the trap. And then I wanted to also note that Mr. Blakesley did ask the department to add at the end of that, suitcase trap includes, but is not limited to branded names of Bailey trap, Coro trap, or Hancock trap. And I do believe our law enforcement is okay with that change. And then before we get into discussion, I did have one more request from the game division, and that is to delete in NAC 503-180. I'm sorry to switch sections, but it's just a small change. They want to delete the words "as those regulations exist on October 1st, 1990, when referenced to 50 CFR 20.
Hang on a minute.
So it's just the next section in the regulation, 503-180. On the next page, it's on page 22.
Okay, so can you?
Yeah. So you just remove 50 CFR?
No, so all of those 50 CFR sections noted would remain. However, the words "as those regulations exist on October 1st, 1990 would be removed. And I believe that's because some of those have since been updated. So the reference to the date is where the issue is.
Okay.
Okay, so that, and like I said, that's a small change. And if you want to go back to the suitcase traps, I think that's where most of the discussion will revolve around.
Okay. Mr. Cavilla, do you have any comments from the committee or thoughts from your meeting?
I guess it was still kind of, this language was presented at the committee meeting, so it was we really didn't have a ton of time to soak it in, I guess you could say. But I do know that looking at the Washoe cab had some, I've got a little 14-month-old here talking next to me, but
I can hear her.
I got the Washoe cab, it sounded like they had some concerns with this language. Reading their, I guess I would like to hear maybe what their concerns were. I do believe that we need to do something there. Obviously, it's been an item of discussion, so I think we need to have some sort of clarification there, whatever it is going to end up being. But like, I know you guys know I got to bail out here in a minute, but I would like to see some clarification on this and definition of this
I don't know if this is the language we're going to end up with or not, but I do believe it's warranted.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your time today.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Okay, any other comments on this portion or any portion of NAC 503 that we're taking a look at today? No. Okay. Then let's take it out for public comment. So we'll take public comment on item 10A, which is NAC 503, the CGR 496, NAC 503. Mr. Volz. You're still muted, Mr. Volz.
How's that?
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Yes, again, for the record, Fred Volz. The proposed additions to NAC 503.165 concerning suitcase trap usage are the antithesis of protecting and promoting wildlife in Nevada. Explicitly adding these traps allows yet another brutal, prolonged method of killing the public's wildlife. Even the Washington State Trappers Association confesses that suitcase traps are dangerous and care must be used in their placement. Quite a concession from an organization profiting from the carnage. While this trap primarily intends to kill beavers, there is no recognition of the positive impact beavers create in the ecosystems they inhabit. They can improve water quality by slowing water currents, allowing water purifying plants to thrive, helping waterfowl raise their young, building natural nest boxes for birds and mammals, and promoting the tree health and diversity. In those situations where beavers are considered a nuisance, available non-lethal methods for coexistence are not promoted or explicitly identified by the proposed NAC modification. Non-lethal remedies from the University of Arkansas beaver study included installing a water leveling device through the dam or lodge using perforated PVC pipe encased in heavy gauge hog wire, a 3-log drain, exclusion fencing, and electric fencing. Another non-lethal approach would be painting the base of the trunk with a mix of latex paint and sand. Given the regressive 96-hour trap inspection interval Nevada continues to allow, plus ineffective attempts at dynamiting beaver dams, this proposed modification perpetuates the same type of species carnage that commercial pitfall trapping caused before a previous commission wisely chose to end it. Suitcase traps also place non-target species in harm's way when they intentionally trigger one of these traps and are killed. Commercial trappers have more than enough killing tools to destroy our wildlife. These trappers haven't made a compelling case that another one is needed or appropriate. Wise stewardship of Nevada's wildlife suggests explicitly excluding the use of suitcase traps in revising NAC 501-165 sections 2E and 3E. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. Ms. Swain?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Nope, nope. You're on mute, Ms. Swain.
Is that better now?
There we go. Yes, we can hear you.
At last. Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, commissioners. I say there is no need to allow suitcase traps in areas presently closed to them. Here are my reasons. Until modern times, people considered beavers merely a nuisance. Some people did. Has our discussion here included any new information about the beavers themselves? Modern science now demonstrates the amazing extent to which these nature's engineers benefit environment and biodiversity. They are respected as a vital keystone species. Our public policies need to reflect this scientific advance. The North American beaver can weigh between 24 to 71 pounds. How miserable will one of these beavers be if he's squished into a chain link trap where he can't move at all? Then another reason that I oppose it is the trappers stand to gain a more positive image by telling the public suitcase traps are, quote, non-lethal. But the sad truth is that trapped beaver will be, quote, eliminated or, quote, destroyed or, quote, managed. Whatever you call it, it's a solution the public does not want. The public want their wildlife alive in its natural habitat. Amending NAC 503-165E would enable trappers to trap in areas where lethal and dangerous traps are prohibited. We in the public worked long and hard to define areas where trapping should be prohibited. Suitcase traps are actually more dangerous than currently allowed box and cage traps, and the public demands safety. Our policies should reflect consideration of the will of the public. Any trap can be used to hold an animal underwater until it drowns or subject it to restraint, starvation, predation, and the elements, because our state gives trappers 96 hours to let the animal suffer until the trapper shows up and kills it. When granting wildlife depredation permits for property owners, Department of Wildlife could require them to demonstrate they have tried a series of non-lethal solutions to their problems. For instance, pond levelers, beaver deceivers, and painting trees are non-lethal and effective solutions. Groups like the Sierra Wildlife Coalition are nearby, ready and able to provide these solutions. And we certainly applaud NDOW for the work they have already done with this group and strongly encourage them to continue to work with that group. Therefore, we ask you to please do not reclassify suitcase traps as in a similar category to box traps for the sake of the public, and most of all, for the sake of the North American beaver. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swain. Can we please let the record reflect that Commissioner Pravilla has left the meeting? Moving on through public comment, Jana? I believe that's Jana Wright. Go ahead, Jana. Jana, are you there? Jana, can you hear us? Okay, maybe we can move on and come back to Jana. How about Karen Taylor?
Can you hear me okay?
Is this
Great.
Karen?
Yes, Karen
Okay,
Taylor.
yes, Karen Taylor. Go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner East and other commissioners. So after the last meeting, I've done some of my own research, and the Wildlife Services 2017 report talks about the suitcase traps, also known as the purse traps, and they're usually referring to the Bailey or Hancock traps. And I just wanted to make sure that the proposed NAC 503.157 revision regarding the use of bait will also apply to the suitcase traps. We seem to be singling out suitcase traps, so I want to make sure that the whole bait thing applies to that also. You've already answered my other question about the various types defining the suitcase traps. One of the things in this 2017 Wildlife Services report is they mentioned that suitcase traps are, quote, large, unquote, and, quote, heavy, unquote. And they also mentioned that the Hancock traps had to be modified by users since the safety mechanism was right near the trigger mechanism. And I can't help but wonder if Nevada trappers are using the suitcase traps that have safety and or release mechanisms near the edges of the suitcase trap for easy release. And this is because of NRS 503.454. those situations. So how will these large and heavy suitcase traps affect NRS 503.454 situations when the general public needs to protect people and pets in the water in the congested areas mentioned in NAC 503.165. So it's my impression that the trappers want to be able to employ these in congested areas, if I'm understanding that correctly. And I'd like to know how these traps are, if they're a lot more easily released than what Wildlife Services mentioned in their report. So animals in the suitcase traps are often alive when the trapper comes to kill them. And today, Nevadans would like the trappers to describe to the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners, based on our previous commission meeting, how they kill the live animals and how they that they find in the suitcase traps, and if they tell people how they kill the animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Jana, did you still want to provide public comment? I see her microphone is on, but her hand is not up. I'm not sure she can hear us. There's her hand. Can you hear us, Jana? We can't hear you. Technology. We'll give it just another minute. Can you chat to us and tell us that you can hear us, maybe? Well, darn it. Okay, unfortunately, I think we're not going to be able to hear Jana, so I'll bring it back to the commission. Deputy Director Rob, did you have a comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Jack Robb for the record. Since all these meetings have been going on, multiple entities have become aware that this regulation is being discussed. And it is of great concern to some other entities, whether they be local, state, or federal entities, that this tool does remain in a toolbox for public health and safety. There's multiple reasons for this. I'm not going to go into much detail, but there is definite concern. And Nevada is not a historical place where beavers were present. And a lot of our habitat and landscape cannot take the pressure of a large beaver population. It would have impacts on the habitat also. So those are our comments. So I can answer any questions anybody may have.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Director Rob. Questions or comments for Deputy Director Rob, or thoughts on this NAC? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've mentioned it before, and I'm kind of sticking to it. I'm open to suggestions on how to blend it all together, but the intent of 503.165 was to provide a level of protection to the people that are using these areas. Now, unfortunately, it's hard to talk about how to come up with an NAC that's going to work without getting into some of the other stuff. It's my understanding that these suitcase traps are predominantly just used. They're pretty sparingly throughout the state, primarily here in the Reno area. That the reason for them is probably exclusively public health related, water quality related, and that a lot of it occurs at night. So people potentially being impacted. I don't know this completely for 100%, but I think that there's some assumptions that you can make where, you know, the potential for people coming into contact with these, or somebody's pet getting caught, or somebody walking or something along those lines is down. But when we worked on NAC 503-165, the whole idea was to minimize that negative interaction between people in highly populated areas, highly used areas, coming into conflict with traps and having those experiences. It's a bad experience for everybody. And so I want to maintain the integrity of that. So if we're having these traps used in a waterway to where they become a kill system right there on site, that to me gets us away from what we've tried to accomplish in that other regulation, in that other regulatory language. So that's the blend that I'm trying to work through in my head and trying to figure out. But I feel like it's really important that we maintain the integrity of that. There were dozens and dozens and dozens of hours and public comment that lasted all day sometimes to come to some kind of a place that it seemed to have calmed the water to this point. So I throw that out. So those are kind of my thoughts.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I think for me, and the comments really similar to our last discussion, to me, I think I would prefer to strike section 2E in 503-165 and just include the suitcase style traps in section 1, as I really do believe they meet the definition of a boxed or a cage trap. But those are my thoughts.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Director Rob?
Jack Rob again for the record. This is an item that we have worked on with law enforcement. I just spoke to our concerns brought to the department from other entities, but we do have some concerns as a department, and Jake Kramer in our law enforcement division has worked on language that I think can both accommodate the public health and safety issues that have been brought forward to the department, along with keeping this as a tool in the toolbox going forward. Kind of a hybrid, so it still is a tool, but is not just open and free for use at all times. So,
okay.
Maybe we could bring Jake in, or
Sure.
Mike may be able to speak to it also.
Okay. Don't know who's trying to speak. Chief Maynard?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'll take a quick stab at it and then defer to Jake, who is more of the subject matter expert in the area we're talking about. There's two issues basically from a law enforcement perspective that we need answered here. Number one, just to clarify the discussion, there is the way box and cage traps are defined do not adequately encompass what a suitcase trap, quote unquote, is. And it would not easily fit under that definition. That does not speak to whether or not they should be allowed. The point of clarification we need to reach here is it considered a box trap or not? And from what we have researched on this, it appears it does not cleanly fit within that definition. And that is why we came up with the suggested definition. The second part of that, once that is established, is it a tool which under certain circumstances, which there is language in there that is suggesting it either has department approval or something along those lines, so that if it is needed as a tool, it is available, whether or not that is the case. So those are the two main issues that we are looking for clarification on as an enforcement point of view. So with that, I'll refer to Jake Kramer to answer any other specific questions you might have.
Okay. Mr. Kramer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. To go back on what Chief Maynard just said, those are the only issues that the law enforcement really has with the language and the type of traps, is where does it fit? in our definition of traps and use, trap use throughout the state, and also in accordance with the current language of 503-165, and in addition to NAC 504-340. Box traps are allowed extra privileges in some areas that other traps are not. And we just simply needed to know where this fit, have a definition for this type of trap. And this is legitimately a hybrid trap. It has mechanisms similar to, for example, leg hold traps, although it is nowhere near similar to a leg hold. But it also is also similar to a cage trap. So we simply needed to know where this would fit and where the commission would like the use of this type of tool to be used.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any questions for Commissioner McNinch?
Well, not necessarily a question, but what it boils down to for me is, you know, there's a definition for box or cage trap through OFWA that includes suitcase traps, and I want to kind of move away from that. If we're gonna go down that path, there's a lot of things we can align with best management practices for trapping and stuff like that. That opens up a whole other can of worms. So I guess for me, is it a box or a cage trap? If it's being used in a non-lethal way, the answer is then I guess I don't have a problem with it. But more appropriately, I think because it can be used lethally in these settings, then no, it doesn't fall into a box or cage trap. The idea of the box or cage trap is that you're live trapping in case something else gets in there. That would maintain the integrity of 503.165. And if it's not a box or cage trap, I can appreciate the definition that's provided, and then get to the conversation of, is it a tool under certain conditions it can be used? In these areas where we have these restrictions on traps and types of traps, because it's a public health related issue, I think there is room to talk about certain conditions. We've talked about SLAP. We've talked about approvals and permissions to use them in certain times of the year outside of the trapping season, for example, to utilize those in certain settings. And those are the areas that I think we need to be talking. That's just where I'm at. I don't think it fits within box or cage, and I think we should have that they should be permitted or approved for certain uses if they're going to be used lethally, especially.
Okay. Anybody else have questions, comments, concerns? No? Okay. What is the pleasure? I feel like this has gone round and round and round, and I was hoping that the committee would come to what they did, a recommendation, but it feels like we've got some more discussion. Do we want to go back to the committee? I don't know that we'll end up anywhere else. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could just ask Commissioner Keel. So without the definition, what would your suggestion be for maintaining the integrity of the point where we have these highly populated areas or high use areas, understanding that the use of these traps is probably not in broad daylight, that kind of stuff. You know, there's a lot going on here. There's just a lot of variables. How do we get to that point where if it's being used as a lethal method, that we're not going to run into another incident like we've had in the past where animals are getting caught in, you know, we've had animals get caught in snares next to parks, and we've had animals trapped on trails that have hundreds of people on them every day. That's what prompted this stuff in the first place. So how do we avoid that from happening again? I guess that's how I'm trying to process this, is how do we keep that from happening?
Commissioner Keel?
Appreciate the question. And I think for me, you know, first prize would be to state a person shall not trap other than with a box, cage, or suitcase style trap. But I definitely recognize your concern, and I don't think we want to have that situation at all. So I really think the compromise here is to go with, some of the language that we have listed, and certainly add what Mr. Blakesley provided for the definition below in section 3 onto subsection E. But otherwise we're going to go down that rabbit trail of, is it lethal, is it not lethal? And that flies completely in the face, I think, of simplification. And if we try to put a definition on every situation that may or may not occur, I think it's just going to make this portion of the regulation a lot messier than it needs to be.
Do you have concerns with what's under 2E, the addition of 2E?
No, but with that, like I say, you could either include the suitcase up in section 1 and drop section E, but then I do agree we have to go down that rabbit trail that you've described, and I don't want to do that. So as a compromise, I think, leaving suitcase out of section 1 and E in as it is, and then adding in section E of subsection 2, leaving that, but adding in section E of subsection 3, the language that Mr. Blakesley had further describing the suitcase traps.
Okay, and so that creates that conflict for me, because I'm trying to, so what precludes somebody under that context using a suitcase trap if they were using it lethally? Why not just allow conibears and leg hold traps and stuff like that too?
Would they not be, well, on private property, but I think if you have the slap permit, it would be authorized.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're proposing. So under 3E, you would. So unfortunately, there's 2 E's to work with. So under 3E, you're suggesting to leave that language identifying suitcase, defining suitcase style trap?
Correct, with the added language that Mr. Blakesley provided.
With the 3 types.
Correct.
Okay, and then under 2E, to remove that particular language.
No, I think we need to leave that.
Okay, all right, that helps. Okay.
Okay, so we've clarified, it sounds like, because I was under the impression that Commissioner Keel wanted to remove 2E as well initially, but.
I do, that would be my first prize, but I don't think we're going to get there.
Okay. Okay, and I feel like what we heard from Mr. Kramer was that we need some of this language in here to help clarify the tools that they would use. Is that accurate? There's a lot of conversation here that's over my head. Mr. Kramer?
Chairwoman East, Commissioners, that is accurate. Law enforcement would like to tool through language to determine how to proceed with enforcement in all realms, and including the use of this particular trap, which there currently isn't a place in our code for that.
Okay, thank you. And I did speak with Mr. Blakesley last night. I thought he was going to be on today, but he said that he didn't have a problem as long as we listed the brand types in 3E. He was okay with all of this. So any other conversation, Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, madam. So I'm trying not to, you're going to hear from me so much this week, and you guys are going to have to go get therapy, I'm sure. So I apologize for that. Just a lot going on here. So for Mike and Jake, with these clarifications, the way that it's written in there and adding Bailey, Hancock, and whatever the other brand was, with the so when would that, so the requirement to get under the written authority of a state agency, the federal government, or a local government agency, what would prompt that? Let's go through those scenarios that would be covered under that particular, and it's specific to the suitcase type trap. So run through the scenarios for me real quick. Throw a couple out for me.
I'll touch on a few, and then I think Deputy Director Rob could probably also give the benefit of his experience as to where those might be useful. There are instances where beavers may be near a water source that they're contaminating. They do carry disease and parasitic infections, which can be spread to humans, such as Giardia, which we need to be cognizant of. And in that case, if it is a public health issue, this would allow a local government the ability to remove them as a potential health threat. And it's not just giving carte blanche, it's specific to the purposes that it's intended for. I think Deputy Director Rob could also expand upon this as well.
Madam Chair, Jack Robb for the record. I do believe the way that this is crafted now, it allows the protection of public health and safety and stays in spirit of where the Wildlife Commission went in past actions that Dave McNish, or Commissioner McNish refers to, and accomplishes all things and gets law enforcement the definitions they need to carry out their duties. So I think that this is a good place that the other entities I spoke to are comfortable. We as a department are comfortable, and law enforcement gets the definitions needed to go forward.
And I appreciate that. It has that feel to me. And I can tell you, Mike, we did, when I was working at the health department, we did have an outbreak of Giardia that affected a couple dozen people. And we did tie it to indirectly, nothing positive, but certainly what appeared to be a breach in the Steamboat Ditch Trail. So I can tell you that there's real world examples of that. It's not a guessing game. It does happen. It has happened. So I do understand that. That's a good example. So, this whole thing started out as clarification process for this particular area. And I understand the folks that are concerned about the management of beavers and the take of beavers and things like that. It's just something that we need to talk about in a different arena. I think that this is important to get clarified. I think it's important for the trappers as well to know these boundaries. So I think that with the addition of those brand names, I'm not sure that causes any additional problems. I don't have a problem with a little more specificity in it. I think I can support what's being proposed and kind of move forward. And if there's discussions we need to have on beaver management and or other issues, then I'm willing to take those up in another item someday. So.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion points want to be made?
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Deputy Director Rob.
Yes, thank you. Jack Robb for the record. What this does, and I understand all sides of this. I've listened to this conversation, and there's concerns on all sides of this issue. But I think the way we have it crafted now is it takes it away from being a purely or partially recreational pursuit and puts it into a purely management action that is going to be carried out, that is vital to the health, public, and safety in Northern Nevada. So I think it's a good place to be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that, Jack. That's a good point to make. I think that from that standpoint, I think the folks that are concerned with trapping, that's definitely kind of reinforces what's been going on, that this isn't a free for all for trapping beaver along, these waterways up here. It's just clarifying things that have been going on for purposes of public health and safety. So.
Okay. Any other discussion? I am going to attempt a motion. So I move to approve Commission General Regulation 496 NAC 503 with the following change to 503.165 as presented, with the following change to 3E, adding, including but not limited to the following Bailey, Hancock, or Coro brands. Do I have a second?
I would second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve CGR 496 NAC 503 from the chairwoman with a second by the vice chair. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Opposed? No. So motion carries 6-0.
Chairwoman East, does that
Yes.
also include the change noted in the next section on the regulation as well with the 50 CFR change?
Oh, yes, I apologize. It would, yes. Is the second okay with that? Yes, okay. Yes, thank you. We got so focused on this specific change. All right. Whew. It's 1 o'clock. I think we ought to take a 45-minute break for lunch. Coming back at 1:45. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, super. I will see all of you back here at 1:45. Thank you. Okay. We could have everyone come back. It's 1:45 and we have a little business we have to talk about quickly before we jump into the next agenda item. Okay, we have our commissioners. I believe we are live on the Zoom and on YouTube. Over the break, I got some information that those folks that are on YouTube couldn't comment. So you need to be on the Zoom link to make a public comment. And there's right now a shared screen up that says if you need the Zoom link, please email Kaylee Taylor at kntaylor@ndow.org, or I believe it's posted on our agenda. And you could go to the agenda, but you will need to make public comment through Zoom. So we're going to give everybody a few minutes to get onto the Zoom. Before we get started. Missing Commissioner Perini still. Missy, could you check with Commissioner Perini? Excuse me. Oh, there he is. I see him. Never mind. There he is. So I see that Mr. Dixon from the Clark Cab is on with us too. Okay. Again, if you need the Zoom link, please email Ms. Taylor at kntaylor@ndow.org. And because that's the only place we're taking public comment for our meetings this week. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to comment. Okay. I think it's, I don't have my clock. Where's the clock? It's 1:50, so we'll go ahead and get started with our next agenda item, which is agenda item 10B, Commission General Regulation 498, NAC 503.147, Ms. Kathy Smith, petition Bear Hounds, Game Division Administrator Mike Scott for possible action. Ms. Smith has submitted a petition to change language in NAC 503.147 to withdraw dogs from bear hunts. The commission accepted the petition during the November 6, 2020 commission meeting. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken. Persons wishing to comment are invited to raise their hands in the virtual meeting forum and will be individually called upon until all wishing to comment have had the chance to do so. So I just want to state for the record that we're still missing Commissioners Hubbs, Almberg, and Cavilla. I do not expect Commissioners Almberg or Cavilla to rejoin us this afternoon. Okay, where is Mike? Mr. Scott? Are you ready?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Mike Scott, Administrator for the Game Division. I'm going to be giving you a PowerPoint presentation today on the use of hounds. And but the first thing I want to say is that there's also a memorandum that is item 10B. There's some information in that memorandum. It's part of the support material. It has regulation language provided by the petitioner. It has a small business impact statement provided by the petitioner, and it has a small business impact statement provided by the department. And that information is not included in the PowerPoint presentation. So I just want to make that clear to everyone. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right. Okay, the black bear hunt was started in 2011. It's been held each year for the last 10 years. Season dates are September 15th through December 1st, which is 77 days. Both ends of the season have been shortened since the very beginning of the hunt. It used to be September 1st to, I believe, December 31st, but it's been shortened on both ends. The tag quotas are 45 resident, 5 non-resident, and 1 dream tag. Open areas include 3 unit groups, Area 19, Unit 192, 194, 196, Area 20, which is 201 to 202, 204, 206, and Unit Group 203 and 291. And each of those has a specific harvest limit as well as a female harvest limit. So if the harvest limits are reached in any one of those units, whether it's the total or the female harvest limit, those units are closed. And overall, there's a total harvest limit of 20 bears. Legal methods include the use of hounds, spot and stalk, and calling. Baiting is prohibited in Nevada, and for ease, I'm going to call spot and stalk and calling other methods, because that's kind of how it's depicted. Each tag holder is required to attend a bear indoctrination class. We give 2 of those. I believe it's 1 in August and 1 in September, and those have to be attended before anybody can actually get their tag. And successful hunters must call to report their harvest immediately. And all harvested bears are checked in by NDOW personnel. So various black bear hunt regulations. A person shall not bait big game animals, which includes bears. So baiting is illegal in Nevada. This regulation describes the legal weapons for firearms. And this part describes bows, arrows, and broadheads that are required for big game. And then NAC 503174 says that it's illegal to sell, purchase, barter, or trade a gallbladder of any species of bear in Nevada. NAC 503147 describes hunting with a dog. It is unlawful to hunt, chase, or pursue any black bear or mountain lion in any open management area and except during the open season and in an open management area and under the authority of a hunting license and a black bear tag. So we do not have a pursuit season in Nevada. There are other states that have pursuit seasons where bears can be pursued, but we do not have that. So over the years, this is the 10-year harvest totals. If you look at the x-axis, that describes the years. The y-axis is the number of bears harvested. Male bears are depicted in blue, and females are depicted in orange. So we have had a total of 139 bears harvested over 10 years, average of 13.9 bears per year. The average is 9.4 males and 4.5 females. Of those 139 bears harvested, you have two different ways that are shown. Orange is shown that hounds were used, and then blue is shown as other methods. You can see that of the 139 bears harvested, 71% or 99 bears have been taken by the use of hounds. 29% or 40 total have been taken by other methods. So these graphs show the difference in males versus females. On the left, you have the females that have been harvested. 29 have been harvested using hounds. 16 have been harvested using other methods. So 64% have been taken using hounds, and 16 or 36% have been taken by other methods. With regard to males, you have 70 total that have been taken using hounds, 74%, and 24 that have been taken using other methods, or 26%. The 10-year average age on the left is females are depicted. Using hounds, it's an average of 5.4 years. And using other methods, it's an average of 7.8 years. And on the right, you have the males that are depicted. Using hounds, it's an average of 6.9 years. And using other methods, it's an average of 5.4 years. And one thing that's important to note here is that neither one of these age differences would be considered statistically significant. These graphs show the average weight of bears harvested. On the left, you have, in the orange, you have females using hounds, 238 pounds, using other methods, 220 pounds. On the right, you have males using hounds, 374 pound average, and other methods is a 371 pound average. So you can see there's not really much difference there. Okay, I'm going to move and show what other states do. This is kind of a busy table, but it shows what other states allow. Some states allow spring seasons. Most that have seasons have a fall season. Different states have different limits. Some allow more than one bear to be taken. Some states allow baiting. Some states allow hounds, and some have the pursuit or dog training season. With regard to, here's the rest of the states, a great number of states, there's 31 total that have bear seasons, 19 states don't. And I'm going to move to a graph that shows a little more detail here. Of the 31 states that allow the hunting of bears, 19 of them allow the use of hounds. 12 of them allow the use of bait. 8 of them allow a spring season. 7 of them allow more than one tag per hunter. And 8 of them allow a pursuit or dog training season. And these are the states that allow those various methods. Again, it's a bit of a busy graph, but we did research some of this to see who allows what, and it's a little bit challenging to go through everybody's regulations. Some things are described very clearly, and some things are a little bit more ambiguous. So of the Intermountain states, the Western states, 11 Western states, this map shows which states in the West allow what. So the green diamonds show states that allow hound hunting. The yellow triangle are states that allow baiting. The blue star is the states that allow spring hunts. The odd shaped dark blue square is states that allow some form of a pursuit season. And the orange shape is states that allow more than one bear to be taken by a hunter each year. So you can see 7 different states in the West allow spring hunts, 4 employ hounding, 2 allow for baiting, and 2 allow the pursuit season in the West. Since we share our population with California, we included some of the California regulations just to compare what California does to us. California has an archery bear season that runs from August 15th to September 6th. Then their general bear season runs from October 10th through December 27th. The 2020 harvest was 919 bears. The 2020 total is well below the 10-year average, and I'll show a graph of that here in a second. The 10-year average is over 1,300 bears. Last year was kind of a odd year for various reasons. There was a stay-at-home order, and then there was some widespread closures of public land due to the massive wildfires that spread through California. California's regulation is that if a total of 1,700 bears are harvested, they will close the season. California does not manage the female take of black bears like we do. However, cubs and females accompanied by cubs may not be taken. That's pretty common throughout the various states. California also allows a limited pursuit season, which is closed April 1st through the day preceding the opening of the general deer season. So this graph shows the x-axis shows the years starting in 2010 when use of dogs was allowed, and in 2012 they eliminated the use of hounds. So you can see the totals were much higher before. The yellow bars indicate the last 8 years of harvest, and the yellow indicates no dog season, and you can see 2020 was the total of 919. So this is some older information. This comes from California as well. What this really is trying to say is that the people that were actually hunting bears in California, specifically hunting bears, took 36.6% of them. But people that had deer tags and took bears incidental to their deer hunt was 61.8%. So in California, you can just buy a tag over the counter and go bear hunting. So what this shows is that a lot of those bears that are being harvested in California are incidental to their deer hunt. This also shows an increase in archery as well. 4.5% were taken while people were specifically hunting bears, and 7.1% were taken while they were deer hunting. So I'm going to switch over and show some information from Nevada. In Nevada, we have a UNR statistics professor that has run what's called Project Mark. This is shows the trajectory of our bear population based on that. The last time this was run was 2018, so you can see that it's a couple years old. We haven't had them run it recently, but it does show the trajectory of the population. Now, it's important to note, you can see that this ends a little bit over 400, but this is just in the study area. So I have a map here that shows the study area. The study area is what's surrounded by the red lines, but we have bears in a lot of those other areas that are depicted by the black lines. And so we do have a higher population than just what's in the study area. So the total statewide bear population estimate, our most recent total statewide estimate, this one shows the last year was 2019, which we do have a 2020. It's not included in here, but it's very similar. The total is over 700 bears, estimate 395 males compared to 321 females. In Nevada, we generally have what is a 1.2 males per female sex ratio. And this shows currently occupied habitat, which is the darker thatched area around Reno, Carson, and moving down to the south. It shows historic habitat throughout a lot of central and northern Nevada, eastern Nevada. And then the black dots that are shown in this map are relatively recent, either sightings or reports or various reports of bear sign or tracks, things like that. So a lot of this is obviously anecdotal, but what this shows is that bears are expanding both in number and range across Nevada. We're seeing them in places that we haven't seen them in decades. Somebody asked about if there was any OFWA or WAFWA guidelines. I looked through some of the information that is provided by them. There's nothing specific that talks about the use of hounds, but there is a section, regulated hunting and trapping, on pages 64 through 67 of the OFWA human black bear conflict document that mentions different methods that may be employed depending on bear population objectives. One thing that was also brought up is the American Wildlife Values Survey, the Nevada State Report. And on the left, you can see in orange, it shows the people that do not support bear hunting. 49% of people do not support bear hunting. 22% neither support it or are against it, and 30% agree with it or are in favor of it. On the right is the support to use dogs to hunt. The orange depicts people that are against. 63% of people are against it. 24% are neither for nor against, and 13% of people are in favor of it. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott. Does the commission have any questions for Mr. Scott? Any thoughts? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did have a couple questions, Mike. You pointed out, you knew I was going to hang on the average age of the females taken, hounds versus no hounds, and you made the clarification or the point that was not statistically valid information. So just prior to that, we were looking at the 71% taken by hounds, 29 of the 99. Is that so? I guess what I'm going to ask is, out of the information that you submitted, is there any information that was statistically valid?
Well, the only one that we actually ran the t-test on was the age differences. We haven't run it on the other ones.
So how far out of statistical inferences were we?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So is there a way to measure how far we missed the data from being statistical?
Madam Chair, if I might, so Commissioner McNich's question, in the biological arena, we typically use a 95% confidence interval. So we use a p-value of 0.05. If we would have used a confidence interval of 90%, then these data would have been significantly different. But for biological data, it's a standard to use a 95% confidence interval. So at that level, they were not significantly different.
Okay. Maybe I should just listen to other comments for a minute. I appreciate the presentation. A lot of those questions I had asked, so I appreciate you incorporating those. I think I got a lot of my answers, my questions answered through that. And I'm just kind of in the process of running it through my mind now. I guess what I'm trying to balance here is the the justifications that I've heard from proponents of hounding that that by using hounds we're seeing bigger bears being harvested. Sex, size, and age are all things that are benefiting from the hounding. And I'm not sure that I'm seeing that, albeit understanding that the statistics may not have fallen into those confidence intervals that we're looking for. So this is what I'm struggling with. I'm just trying to process that. So I'll let somebody else talk for a minute while I think.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner McNich. Do we have any other comments or questions for the department from the commission? Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you also, Mr. Scott. I thought it was a great presentation with some very good information. One of the questions that I had on one of the slides, it showed, I can't remember exactly how far back it went, but it showed the population of black bear. And I noticed it was a increase certainly over the last 10, 15 years or so in the numbers of black bear. And I'm just curious your thought on those things maybe that have contributed to that increase in populations.
Commissioner Rogers, Mike Scott for the record. Well, I think all across the Western United States, we're seeing increases in bears. They've been expanding for, I don't know, probably a couple of decades. And part of it is simply bear habitat. I think that there's a certain amount of it is also bears taking advantage of some of the things that humans provide out there for them. But for whatever reason, I really can't say why bears are increasing everywhere like they are, but that's what our population has showed. We also have Project 45 in the Predator Management Plan, which is a non-lethal project that Pat Jackson talked about last night at the Wildlife Management Damage Committee meeting. Project 45 is another way to estimate the population of bears using camera traps. And it started off as a bear hair snare and camera program, but the snares did not catch enough of the DNA samples to really give us a good idea. So they've switched it over to just using cameras. And hopefully we'll end up being able to use that information to put into an integrated population model and come up with even a third way to estimate the number of bears.
Any other questions? Yes, Vice Chair Barnes.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I noticed the trend with the population increasing also, and then I did notice that when California got rid of hunting bears, and I did see this in an article that hunter success dropped. But I know that it was back when I was on the cab before the Elko cab before I was even on this. There was some stuff that was going on as far as units and stuff. And so I know there's some historical stuff that's kind of happened over time. And so I guess, could I get a little refresher on some of the historical stuff, since the inception of this bear hunt?
Deputy Director Rob, did you?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. If I may, multiple things have occurred since the beginning of this hunt, and Mike Scott spoke of some of them. It used to open September 1st and run through December. That is no longer the case. The seasons have shortened tremendously for numerous reasons over time, not all at one time. We're looking at when it first opened up, it was a 20 bear quota open across all the occupied area. The Tahoe Basin and the Mount Rose Meadows area down in the Galena Forest have been taken out of the hunt. I'm trying to think. Other things have occurred. I apologize. I just had a brain slip there, but multiple things have occurred that over time have helped out. Oh, and then we went to a male harvest quota in each one of those specific units also. You have anything else to add, Mike, that I missed?
No, thank you.
Other questions, comments?
Mrs. Chair, if I could ask a question?
Yes, Commissioner Perini.
If I could ask Mike Scott, have you had any bears in the last 10 years where there's actually bears gotten into houses and kind of destroyed inside of it? Have you seen things about going into cars? Have you seen things about all the garbage over there on the other side into Lake Tahoe with all the garbage going everywhere? Have you had anybody seen where bears really gone after people sometimes? Have you had anything like that?
Commissioner Perini, Mike Scott for the record. Yeah, there's incidents all the time. Depending on, I don't really pay attention to what happens on the California side, but we have 2 bear biologists and a number of game wardens that respond to bears in houses, bears in cars. There have been some incidents where people have felt threatened by bears. We haven't had a specific attack, but there's a lot of bear incidents, sightings, reports. So we have people that are dealing with those things. I can't even tell you the number of times a year that our people respond to bear complaints.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? I have a question, and it may be hard for you to understand because depending on who actually, I guess, intakes the bears when they come in from a harvest. But how often do you see one of these older bears where they've had some health issues? Is it pretty regularly? Are we taking some of them out of their misery? Are we not?
Madam Chair, Mike Scott for the record. We've seen on occasion, we do see different injuries and things like that. Bears get hit by cars and survive. One thing that was a bit troubling that we saw, I believe it was not last year, but the previous year, we did have a bear harvested that had 9mm slugs in it. It had shotgun pellets in it. It might have had air gun pellets in it. So we do see animals with various injuries. But I think what that, at least to me, shows is that somebody took it upon themselves to scare the bear or try to get the bear out of their yard, their house, whatever it might have been in, and it might not have even been reported to us.
Okay. And on the business impact statement, the $20,000 to $50,000 annually business impact, that includes direct and indirect costs, correct? I don't know who I'm asking this of, but I believe that Director Wasley was the one that signed this. He's not listening. There he
No,
is.
I'm listening. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with what you're referencing. So I might need to look at it.
Okay.
Jack Roll, for the record, if I may, Madam Chair. Accompanying the original petition was a small business impact statement that said there was no potential impact to small businesses if this regulation passed.
Right.
We did, when we do small business impact statements, we send it out to potentially affected parties. So in this situation, we did send it out to guides and outfitters that we know partake in this activity and ask them if this regulation was to pass, what it would mean to them financially on an annual basis. And depending on year and number of clients and everything, it definitely is over 20,000, but it could be up to $50,000 on an annual basis that it would cost guides, outfitters, and sub-guides. Just in that type of revenue, that does not include the gas, tires, and restaurant meals and other things that may accompany that we were unable to survey because we didn't know who to survey for that. Because that can change on, you don't know where people are going to stay, eat, purchase fuel or anything like that. So that's how that was derived.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other questions for the department? Okay, so we're ready to go out for public comment? Seeing no other questions, I guess we'll start with public comment then. Again, if you're on Zoom, you can raise your hand and I'll start at the top. And you have 3 minutes to comment. If you're going over your 3 minutes, you'll be muted and we'll move on to the next person to afford everyone the opportunity to provide comment today. So we'll start with Ms. Sterling.
Myself.
There you are. Hi.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity. So I'm chiming in today not only as a citizen and a resident of Nevada for a very long time, but also I'm the head of Saving Wild Horses Nevada. And I'm also just so you know, clarity, I'm also a member of the union members for the preservation of wildlife. So of course, my stance is we're completely against bear hunting altogether, but especially the hound dog bear hunt. And there's a number of reasons, and there's a lot of reasons why only 13% of Nevadans think that's okay. It's really a barbaric and way to hunt. And something that really needs to be brought to the forefront is that when you're using hound dogs, the stress of the chase, that it causes life-threatening long-term problems for the bears, even if the bear isn't killed. Mothers can be separated from cubs. Bears can overheat, causing brain damage and death. Females who have successfully mated can lose their embryos. It's like a non-target species are also disrupted by the packs of hounds. That to me is really critical because it's really the whole ecosystem that is being disturbed when you start using hounds to do this. People love wildlife. They probably pay to have a viewing of a live bear, or something like that. Maybe there could be some kind of a tourist thing started. A lot more than they would to killing the species. So, there's a lot of reasons besides it being, to me, barbaric. And it would be great if Nevada obviously would join the 19 states that have completely banned it. That would be the ultimate. But at the very least, we would certainly like to see you discontinue the hound dog. As seen in your graphs, the impact on the bear population when using hounds is quite more significant on the females, and the heavier weight, which represents the older ones who are, in, childbearing age or whatever. So it can be so detrimental, not only to the bears, but the whole ecosystem that you're having there. So that's basically, we would like to see you discontinue the hound dog bear hunt for these reasons. It really causes major and irrefutable damage, not only to the wildlife, but the whole ecosystem around it. And it's great that you have these.
Okay, Ms. Sterling, you've finished up your time. We'll go next to Toby Tyler.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioner Chair East. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Toby Tyler. I am speaking today on behalf of Sierra Club's Toyabe chapter and its 40,000 members and supporters in support of a ban on the use of hounds in Nevada's black bear hunt. We have provided written comment from our Conservation Committee Chair, Connie Howard. I highlight here some of the points made in that letter, as well as adding some personal perspective as one who lives in bear country. We join 87% of Nevadans opposed to the use of hounds or hounding as a hunting practice and ask that you acknowledge the will of the people by approving this ban. NDOW's mission is to protect, conserve, manage, and restore wildlife and its habitat. As you are charged with managing Nevada's wildlife resources for everyone, we strongly urge you to pass policy based on science and ecological health of species, not hunter opportunity. NDOW has confirmed that the bear hunt is not needed for population control or to reduce bear-human conflict. Moreover, data has shown that male-female kill ratios do not change with the use of hounds. The argument that females will be spared by using hounds is patently false. Bear hunting is trophy hunting and is therefore contrary to the mission of NDOW and the wishes of the majority of the people in this state. There is no sport or skill involved in following hounds to a treat bear and shooting it. This practice defies any principle of fair chase, an honor code of North American hunters for over a century, and the principle underlying many of North American hunting laws. This atrocious and inhumane practice must end. It is time to manage wildlife resources with professionalism and respect the public expects and deserves. As one who lives in bear country at 7,500 feet and has done so for close to 18 years, I have great admiration for bears. I realize I live in their habitat, not the other way around. Provided humans learn how to behave properly and act responsibly, the bear's intelligence and ability to survive and raise their young in close proximity to humans is truly astounding. Please, I strongly urge you to ban this horrendous practice. And if you have any questions, let me know. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. Haley Stewart.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioner, Chair East, and members of the commission. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to provide comment today. My name's Haley Stewart. I'm a Wildlife Protection Program Manager for the Humane Society of the United States. The HSUS supports this petition and urges you to prohibit the hunting of black bears with dogs. In the 2018 survey mentioned by Mr. Scott and sponsored by the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, researchers found that only 30% of Nevadans approve of a recreational bear hunt and 63% oppose the use of dogs to hunt bears. Only 13% of Nevadans surveyed said they support using dogs to hunt black bears. Hounding or using packs of dogs to pursue bears is considered unsporting, even among many hunters, because it gives unfair advantage to the hunter. This practice pits dogs against bears, and either species can be named or killed, especially if the bear is bayed on the ground. Small bears and cubs are particularly at risk from lethal dog attacks. And if the mother bear is killed, young of the year cubs will die from starvation, exposure to the elements, or predation. Data actually shows that hounding does not protect females. It's already been stated, but around 30 to 35% of bears killed by hunters are females in states with and without hounding. While pursuing bears, dogs may chase, startle, or even kill other non-target wildlife. Additionally, neither dogs nor bears sweat, and so pursuit during hot weather can cause physical stress to both dogs and bears. Bears who have engaged in prolonged pursuits experience physical stress because their heavy pelts and fat layers can make them overheat, and this can actually lead to death. Hounding disrupts bears in the early fall when they should be foraging, not hiding from hunters, so they can prepare for winter. Dogs disrupt feeding patterns for both the bears who are chased as well as for other nearby animals, including deer. And finally, hunting dogs invariably trespass on lands, whether that's private lands, special refuges, or certain federal lands where hounds are not permitted. And hounding, it's a recreational sport practiced by very few hunters in Nevada. It has no place in conservation. It's a threat to public safety, and it's disrespectful to Nevada landowners, residents, pets, and livestock, as well as to the bears and the dogs themselves. Hounding needs to be banned permanently. It's unsporting, inhumane, and does not align with the values of the vast majority of Nevadans. And so for these reasons, we urge you to support an end to bear hunting with.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stewart. Moving on to Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Joe Crawford with the Lyon County Cab. The Lyon Cab voted unanimously to deny the petition to remove hounds from black bear hunting. Our discussion included letters to the Lyon Cab and the commission that have previously been received in the prior meetings, specifically from the Sporting Dog Alliance. Because the commissioners received it, I'm only going to highlight on some of the points that were addressed in the letter. 71% of successful bear hunters employed the use of trained dogs to tree and take 99 bears, compared to 40 bears taken by all methods. This represents a 2-to-1 take method. Again, from 2011 to 2021, 99 successful bear hunters used dogs to tree and took a total of 148 bears passed and not harvested, representing a 1.5 bears passed per hunter using dogs. In 2011 to 2021, 99 of the bears harvested by hunters using dogs. Sows only constituted 29% of the harvest, compared to the sow harvest composition of 41% by the 40 successful hunters using other methods. The statistics support the use of hounds as a selective form of hunting that should remain intact, and the Lyon Cab recommends the commission deny the petition to remove hounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Mr. Volz.
Yes, for the record, Fred Volz. Thank you again. The current situation where bear hunters use packs of dogs equipped with GPS collars, ATV vehicles, and other technological enhancements give the human hunters an unfair advantage in seeking bears to kill. That's reality, regardless of what other states do or don't do. If it is really a test of equally matched skill between wildlife and humans, hunters should pursue bears on their own, on foot only, without packs of dogs or technology to help them chase bears to exhaustion and probably death. We have no studies indicating the negative health impacts of chasing bears over long distances. However, bears are not physically equipped to be marathon runners, and their often futile attempts to escape the dog packs do nothing to help the species survive. The destruction of and harm to other non-target species, the dogs themselves, and the landscape as multiple dogs indiscriminately race across land have not been formally inventoried either. We have no economic analysis of loss to the public when bears are killed, even though NDOW chose to chronicle economic impact to hunter guides, which are questionable if they're still guiding bear hunters to prospective bears. Why wasn't NDOW's PowerPoint posted with the support materials before this meeting for the public and commissioners to review? The specious claim that hunters selectively and judiciously decide which bears to kill or might allow to live lacks independently sourced evidence. The self-reported statistics regarding bears not killed from such organizations as the Nevada Sporting Dog Alliance are just as suspect as those reported by trappers. There is no audit or assurance that these numbers represent reality, since there is a decided incentive to undercount what is reported. This commission would be well advised to instruct NDOW to begin drafting regulatory language that bars bear hunting as soon as possible, given its negative impacts on the environment and multiple species. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. Bobby McCollum.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Bobby McCollum, and I support the petition to ban the hounding. One of the reasons that I thought of, and looking at the statutes, regards NRS 503.631 and 636, which specifically state that it's unlawful to permit a dog to run at large if such dog is actively tracking, pursuing, harassing, attacking, or killing any wildlife in this state or in a state-owned wildlife management area. Further, NRS 503.150, it's unlawful to hunt any big game mammal except mountain lions with a dog of any breed. I haven't heard anyone address those areas at all. I don't think you have a lot of data to evaluate the effects of hounding regarding the hounds that are equipped with radio collars, the injuries to the dogs that perhaps encountered a terrified bear who didn't climb a tree, what happened to the dog, how many were taken to the veterinarian, what were the extent of the damage to the dogs. I'm sure that's very important. I also want to point to the Nevada Wildlife Values Report, which has been done today. And page 22 of that report that reveals that 83% of the non-hunting Nevadans and 63% of hunting Nevadans disagree with using dogs to hunt bear. That is a clear statement of the public's disapproval. The commission, I think, has been allowing hunting based solely on the guesses and opinions of the proponents of it. I believe that you should reconsider your responsibility to the majority of Nevada citizens, not just to the wishes of those who lobby for the use of hounding. And just as a side, at the end comment, I emailed my comments this morning but I became concerned that my comments had not been provided to the commissioners. Early in the meeting, Mr. Wasley, I believe, stated that more than 2,000 comments were received, and he added that duplicates or format wording were used in those comments. He didn't give any details on the number of duplicates, just kind of a broad statement. I don't understand the reason for casting doubt on someone who uses format language. Not everyone is comfortable writing comments or speaking them in a public setting. There's nothing wrong with using format wording if you feel strongly enough to take the time to submit comments on an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Next up. Oh. Well, I lost somebody. Maggie, you?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize for the name on there. This is a friend's computer. This is Joseph Terry, last name T as in Tom, E-R-R-Y.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a resident of Las Vegas, and I support allowing hunters and guides to use hounds while hunting bears in Nevada. I'm a hunter, but never hunted bears, not due to the lack of applying, but just to lack of drawing the tag. Last year, there was over 3,000 applicants that applied for bear tags in Nevada, and obviously only the 45 resident tags that were available. I think NDOW has done a great job and proved that they're doing research and have data to prove that there are bears in the state, how many bears there are, the ages, the weights, all that. They tried doing the hair snare. They're doing trail cameras. So I think they're trying their best and bringing data to us. As many people say, there's no data to support any populations out there. I think there is. This is not what some call a trophy hunt. This allows the hunter to take an animal, provide the meat to their family, this way assist in determining the sex, age of the bear effectively, and it also manages the numbers in Nevada. I think if we don't allow the hounds to be used, we'll see lower bears being taken, which would increase the population and then increase more interaction with people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Next is John. I just have the first name John. Oops, where did he go? He keeps disappearing. There he is.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can now. Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you for taking my comments. Hello, my name is Dr. John Keener, and I'm a carnivore ecologist, having earned my PhD in carnivore ecology studying mountain lions in northeastern Washington state. I'm commenting to bring attention to the fact that many of these types of petitions brought about by groups or individuals who seek to profit from the emotional responses by the public to their claims of inhumane treatment are not based in science. As a scientist, I find this very concerning. I am not affiliated with any group, advocacy organization, or government agency. My interest in this phenomenon is solely as a concerned scientist. The science behind stress-induced reactions to hunting by the pursuit of hounds is mostly based upon a series of publications in the scientific literature focusing on the pursuit of red deer, herbivores, by dozens and sometimes hundreds of hounds. Few, if any, studies have been conducted with respect to the stress on bears as a result of being pursued by hounds. Surprisingly, a recent study published in Animals by Lela and colleagues in 2020 suggested the following, and I quote, "We predicted that the hunting activity would act as a stressor, inducing increased short and long-term stress levels in the population. Results showed an increase in hair cortisol levels during the months of harvesting. Surprisingly, the tendency for plasma cortisol levels was to decrease during the hunting season, which could be interpreted as habituation to hunting activity or due to the hunting duration. Contrary to our predictions, fecal cortisol metabolites did not show any clear patterns across the months." Again, these results are based upon the pursuit of red deer by hounds. As a carnivore ecologist, I would like to point out that black bears and mountain lions, unlike red deer, which were the subject of these studies, have evolved an escape response to wolves over the millennia. It stands to reason that the pursuit of bears with hounds from the black bear's perspective is not much different. Lastly, carnivore management in its core relies upon the ability of wildlife managers to actively manage carnivore populations with predictable results. Hound hunting provides this type of stability in a manner that is consistent with most definitions of fair chase. Removing this type of stability and the predictability of outcomes with respect to population objectives would hamper overall carnivore conservation efforts. Hound hunters are some of the most passionate, ethical, and active constituencies in carnivore and wildlife conservation overall. I ask the commissioners reject any efforts to eliminate the pursuit of bears through the use of hounds. Thank you.
Mr. Keener, could I ask you to spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Keehner.
Thank you so much. All right, next up, Paul Dixon. Go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Can you hear me now?
I can, yes, thank you.
Sorry, it's the first time I've used the mic on this with you, and so I'm trying to figure it out. So a little apologies there. Clark had a lively discussion. We had a fair number of people from the public that gave written testimony to the CAB, as well as verbal testimony to the CAB. In a 6-1 split vote, the CAB recommended continued use of hounds and did not support Kathy Smith's petition as presented. The dissenting vote against bear hunting on my CAB believed that it's a trophy hunt, and this board member does not believe in trophy hunts, and this board member also feels the use of hounds violates fair chase. One of the other things brought up at our CAB meeting, which I thought was interesting by one of the CAB members, is we commonly refer to the Wildlife Values Report by a lot of people. And the Wildlife Values Report surveyed 11 or 1,200 people in a state of 3.4 million. When you look at the number of people who applied for bear tags, it was 3,400. So just looking at the number of tags that was requested by hunters, and you look at the number of people surveyed in the values report, I'm wondering how accurately the values report really represents the state of Nevada. It may represent populations, it may represent who did things, but I don't think 1,200 people really represents 3.4 million people in Nevada. Myself, personally, and we had that discussion. We didn't vote on that, but that's a personal opinion by the chair of the Clark Cab, that I think if we're going to refer to the values report, we should redo the values report and look at a larger sampling that's more representative. We hear them talking about Commissioner McNish talking about statistically significant results in bears and bear numbers and stuff. I don't believe that 1,200 is statistically significant sampling of the Nevada population to give us any clue of what we really feel about bear hunting or other hunting methods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey, go ahead if you can unmute your mic.
Fucking unmuted.
There you go. We can hear you now.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mitch Bailey for the record. I am currently the owner and operator of Nevada Hunting Services, a professional guide and outfitting business here in Northern Nevada, licensed through the Nevada Department of Wildlife, state of Nevada. 11 years ago, when the black bear hunt came into the commission and voted thereupon, and it was decided that we were going to have a bear hunt, I collected my sub-guides and myself, having hunted bears in 4 other states, and decided that we were going to do this the right way. We were going to make sure that everybody that came hunting with us would do it the right way, based on my past experience with bears, hound hunting, etc. I've been a houndsman for over 35 years, and I figured that the population of Nevadans putting in for bear tags were likely going to be deer hunters, elk hunters, antelope hunters, and probably didn't have a lot of experience hunting bears. We started off really well. My youngest daughter was actually the first successful female to harvest a bear in the state. Both my daughters were fortunate enough to draw bear tags. We rejoiced in their harvest, consumed the harvest, and we built a really good reputation. One of the big issues that I have personally is the opposition to this continues to be opposed for the last 10 years. Their opposition never goes away. Rather than select to just not participate in our activities, they continue to oppose it. Well, I can tell you one of the key factors that I think that's been missed in all the testimony today, not only from Mike Scott, but from anybody else that testified. I can assure you that my business is responsible for, or was involved in, about 30% of the overall harvest of 140 bears. And of the bears that we've harvested, a number probably close to 40, not one bear has been wounded. Not one bear has been wounded, left, lost, etc. And that's because of the use of hounds. You seldom would be close enough to a black bear using spot and stalk methods or otherwise to take a shot that renders that bear basically vitalless within seconds of the shot being fired, and not running off, not having to track them through the brush, and not losing that animal. Not only that, of the 40 bears that we've personally harvested as our outfit, we have likely treed over 80. So we don't shoot every bear we put up a tree. We look for the biggest bears and the best bears, many of which are on the decline, both in their dental structure, their physiology. I've done skeletal putbacks for study for the Department of Wildlife, and the damage to some of these bears, their joints, their arthritis, their dental work.
Oops. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bailey, for your comments. I see Mr. Dixon has his hand up again, but he's already gone. So we'll move on to, there we go, John McLennan.
Hi.
Hi.
All right. I just wanted to thank you, the commission, and all of you for your dedication to Nevada's wildlife. I'm a Nevada resident, born and raised, and thoroughly enjoy Nevada's natural resources. I wanted to voice my opinion and support the Nevada bear hunt and the use of hounds to pursue and harvest them. The skill required to train hounds is not only admirable, but there's hours and hours of dedication put forth in doing so to train the hounds and pursuing hounds. Those pursuing them with hounds, they have a strong desire to see the bears flourish, because as the bears flourish, they get to continue on with their passion. And so if the bear population was decreasing, then I would consider putting limitations on the bear hunt. But as seen, the hunt is not jeopardizing the Nevada bear population. And for those who say that it's inhumane or barbaric, I just believe there's a disconnect in that reality of the pursuit, and highly recommend and encourage those to have engaging conversations with houndsmen and guides that are familiar in that expertise. And that's all I have. Thank you again for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. McLennan. Jason Graham. Mr. Graham, can you unmute your mic? There you go.
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was having a little issues there.
No worries. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I'm speaking on behalf of the Nevada Sporting Dog Alliance. As you all know, we've provided multiple letters in regards to the Nevada black bear hunt and the data involved since its inception. This petition is emotionally driven, has no scientific support to back their claims. We hope we can continue to base our decisions on the actual data provided by NDOW and the biologists working closely with our wildlife. We oppose this petition and ask the commission to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Mr. Blakesley. Can you unmute your mic, Mr. Blakesley?
Okay, got
There
it.
you
Okay,
go.
I'm there.
We hear
Sorry
you
about
now.
this morning. Sorry about this morning. Anyway, I just wanted to say a couple of things. You know, I applaud Paul Dixon and Mitch Bailey for what they said. They gave great testimony. But on this survey that's been talked about, was there a question on that survey about whether it was okay to hunt pheasants with dogs or ducks or chukars or any other animal? Or was that question specifically made to discriminate against bear hunters? Anyway, this isn't about hunting with dogs. It's about the culture of hunting, period. And if you support the consumptive use of wildlife, then I don't see how you can go against this. But there are a number of, the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife, which I'm a board of directors, sent a letter. I'm president of the Trappers Association. We stand with the guides and the bear hunters. And anyway, that's about all I have to say, but I don't see how it's any different than hunting birds. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Mr. Blakesley. Mr. Cooney.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I couldn't find my mute button down there. Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. Our cab is totally against this particular petition. I would also like to point out, I believe all of the commission members received a resolution from the Elko County Commission in support of the use of hounds. And I would encourage the commission to deny this petition. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Ms. Richards? Janelle Richards?
There. Now can you hear me?
I can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, commission members. My name is Janelle Richards, as she said, and I am talking in support of the petition. I am constantly astounded by the many ways that we continue to find sorry, my phone was ringing, that we find to abuse animals in the name of sport. So how is it right for hunters to use dogs in hunting bears? I know my father was a hunter, and he never would have done something as despicable as using another animal to track down and hunt the animal in question, not doing any of the work themselves. How is that a fair chase? How is that possibly the true spirit of hunting and being fair in doing so? And as it's been pointed out many times today, 63% of the people in the values survey do not support using dogs. So there you see, the majority of Nevadans do not want this to be. They do not want dogs to be hounding bears and them being killed that way. And it really is brutal to both animals too, if you think about it. But I won't go into the overheating and the chasing. The fact is the bear hunt has never been popular. It was always a trophy hunt. The Nevadans at the beginning didn't want it. We've never wanted it all the way through, and we still don't want it. So I ask you, who do you work for? I think you work for the people of Nevada. So if you work for the people of Nevada, how can you with a clear conscience allow this to continue for just a handful of hunters who want to be able to do this way? Hunting bears should be it should be disallowed anyway, I feel. But definitely this idea of hounding them, it's an abhorrent practice, and it's ghastly, and it's not wanted by the majority of Nevada. You work for us, right? You're the commission for the state of Nevada. So for once, can the people in favor of wildlife win something? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Moving on, Mr. Allen. Ms. Richards, can you please mute your mic?
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Larry Allen, for the record, Humboldt County Wildlife Advisory Board. During our meeting earlier this week, the CAB voted unanimously 5-0 to oppose any regulation or direction to change regulation by the commission to the Department of Wildlife. Just like many speakers have stated before me, the use of hounds is beneficial in identifying sex, establishing close proximity when hunters choose to harvest an animal. This leads to much less chance of wounding loss in harvesting sows or sows with cubs as well. It's been a long tradition from the get-go when this hunt was started in Nevada to hunt with hounds. So it's a tradition for many of these people and outfitters that pursue the bears. So the Humboldt CAB stands with the houndsmen and sportsmen in support of continuing the use of hounds for bear hunting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Cook, Bob Cook.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. Bob Cook with the Douglas County Advisory Board, Managed Wildlife. We had a meeting Tuesday night and we had a unanimous vote to deny the petition. And we did have a lot of public comment involved, but I've lived here at Lake Tahoe for over 50 years, Lake Tahoe, Nevada. And I don't even remember having a bear till about 25 years ago when I saw an article on 60 Minutes about the bears coming up from Yellowstone, from Yosemite. But anyway, hunting is not abusing animals. They've been hunting animals since mankind. I do believe it's emotionally driven. I believe a lot of the facts that were said in the beginning were not based, or a lot of the comments were not based on actual facts. And I have to say that Douglas County was instrumental, I believe, in getting the 5 additional tags, which brought the Dream Tag, which incurs extra money for research and habitat for bears to keep the population healthy. I do know that at one point in time, we also were part of the decision to stop bear hunting down to the lake. And it was really a bad decision. And the reason I say that is because as soon as that happened, they said that's all they wanted. As soon as that happened, they wanted to stop all hunting. So the anti-groups, not only do they want to stop bears, they want to stop hunting. So for that, all of those reasons, I would like to ask that the commission considering denying this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Okay. Next up, we have Elaine Carrick, and Elaine's having trouble raising her hand, so staff is helping her get in.
Unmute. Yes.
There you are.
Thank you. Thank
Hi,
you,
Elaine.
Chair East and commissioners. I support this petition to ban the use of hounds to hunt the black bears. When making any decision, we look at the negatives and we look at the positives. I'd like to give you a list of the negatives, and these are not the ones that I have just listed. I have gotten them from animal biologists and other people that are involved with the animal community. Female bears can be separated from their cubs and can starve to death. Female bears can lose an embryo after a long, hot chase by hounds. Both hounds and bear can be severely wounded or killed by fighting on the ground. Bears being chased by hounds during their hypophagia period can lessen their food intake and affect their health and time in hibernation. And then you have packs of hounds running through the forest that can disturb or kill other wildlife. Again, these are statements that have been said by bear biologists. The last one is fair chase, which is described by Boone and Crockett Club as the pursuit and taking of a big game animal in a manner that does not give an improper advantage over such animals. My question, is the opportunity to kill a bear more easily by using hounds to hunt a bear? Is this a legitimate positive that outweighs all the negatives I've listed? We currently have 5 Western states that have banned using hounds for bear hunting, as they see that the negatives grossly outweigh the positive. There is no positive science that says using hounds to hunt black bears is good for the bears, their population, the environment, or for the public, which 63% in a survey are against this. It is time for Nevada to ban the hunting of its bears with hounds. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carrick. Again, we're in the middle of taking public comment for item 10B on our agenda. If you want to speak, raise your hand in the virtual forum and we'll call on you as you come to the top of the list. Next, we have Karen Taylor.
Hello, excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is Karen Taylor, Washoe County resident. Thank you, Chair East and other chairmen. Since the 2010 decision to create a bear hunt, I have seen many people, including professionals, try to justify this hunt for reasons that only seem to serve themselves and don't serve the bears. Trying to find any reason for a hunt that should not even exist has only made this problem worse. And I believe it was Chairman Barnes a little bit ago that was asking about a history. I'm not sure he was talking about the history of how this all came about, but it certainly is worth checking into because this hunt was created with problems that the previous commissioners, the 2010 Board of Wildlife Commissioners had, and were not based on any kind of science, did not even take public opinion into account other than hunter public opinion. So there's a lot at stake here with respect to making right this decade-long mistake. This is a pretty malignant hunt. Ending the hunting of bears is a courageous first step in making right something that should not have happened in the first place 11 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Okay, Clint McGar.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you spell your last name for us, please?
McGarr.
Okay, thank you.
Native Nevadan, born and raised here, been hunting my whole life. I hear a lot of people talking about this survey been completed. I think if you surveyed the licensed hunters in this state, you'd get a whole different number of this beyond the 63% that are against this. Hounds have been used for ages. There's no reason to ban this. It's more off of emotion than it is off of facts. I don't think we should go on with banning the hounds. I appreciate you guys listening to this. The only other thing I would say is we shouldn't even be considering this in the current situation with COVID. If we can't go in person and do this, we shouldn't be doing it over Zoom. A lot of other problems that we have seen happen. But thank you again. And again, vote against this ban. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGarr. Mr. Reese.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman East and Commissioners. Couple of items I'd like to bring up. Mr. Scott talked about the other states that have hounding. What I'd like them to see is, I don't think there's any data on it, but I would venture to say that majority of those have had hounding for probably more than 2 decades. Probably even from the inception of their bear hunts in that, since they started in the other states. With that being said, with the use of hounds, we still only have a 60% take. I am willing to see if come next season on our quota setting that I feel that we need to raise the amount of tags that are allocated for the bear. We could safely do that and still stay probably under the 20 or right at the 20 bear take, or with our population being up around 700, it may even be time to go ahead and raise that. If you outlaw the use of hounds, you could probably 3 times the amount of tags that are out there to get that take. So I am not in favor of the petition. I think the data is there to warrant to keep doing what we're doing. It's worked. We've got 10 years worth of data, and I urge you to decline the petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Ms. Dwyer. Mr. Reese, will you please mute your microphone when you can? Thank you.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have already sent in all my scientific explanations as to why the bear hunt should be continued to you guys, as you have read. So I'm basically going to point out the non-scientific things that the antis are stating. In reference to sows being childbearing, I'd like to point out the fact that bears are not human and do not have children. As far as the claims that dogs do not sweat during the hunt and therefore overheat, dogs do in fact sweat through their paws and have other cooling mechanisms like panting. I'd like to know how many of these people who are saying how cruel the bear hunt is and how cruel hounding is have actually firsthand experience with either hounds, hunting, or bears in a natural environment, not urbanized bears, which is basically a false wildlife setting. As far as no effort or skill, I put 11 miles on my boots yesterday alone on a fruitless hunt. I'm not mad about it. I'm out there for the dogs, for the wildlife. This shows how little correct info that they really have. As an ex-professional dog trainer, training from working dogs to at-home lap dogs and pets, I have seen very few pets as happy, mentally stable, and mentally fulfilled, and having their genetic instincts, which are wired into them, fulfilled as hunting dogs, especially hounds. This really shows how hypocritical the slamming of NDOW's facts and scientific facts are by the anti-hounders, while claiming animal facts that have no clue of what they're talking about working dogs. Do these people object to biologists using hounds to capture animals for research studies? They pull these facts they slam from and cherry picking the facts? The term trophy hunt is an absolutely ridiculous statement. What would the other people prefer that we do? Leave parts of the animal in the woods, like heads, hides, skulls, all of that, just take the meat? Would that not be more wasteful than how we're doing it now? I'd also like to point out that the majority of the population that we're claiming on the, majority of the population doesn't support it. Majority of the population doesn't have any interest in wildlife management, nor do they have any formal training in wildlife management, biology, or ecology. So I would urge you to look at these facts and continue to support the Nevada bear hunt and the facts brought forward by trained individuals with wonderful access to the ability, or wonderful access to facts and a different side of wildlife in the public sees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. Shannon Green.
Yes, hello, Madam Chairman, or woman, I should say. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I would just like to redirect. I've heard quite a few comments about how sows can get separated from their cubs. And I want to remind this committee and gathering of individuals that the dogs allow an opportunity that would not be allowed in a spot and stalk situation. If a sow is nursing, when you're looking up at it and in that tree, you're going to know. And any ethical hunter is going to let that sow down so that she can reunite with her cubs. And that is unquestionable in any kind of experience that I know any of my personal acquaintances to have been in while guiding or been on a bear hunt. So I'd like to redirect the emotion versus what the opportunities are gained in hound hunting in the field. And hopefully we stick with that versus we don't like hunting. We're going to use that we're stressing dogs rather than allowing a working dog to work as a decision in this matter. So once again, I'd like to support the Nevada bear hunt, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Green. My apologies. Okay. Do we have anyone else for public comment? Catherine Smith.
Okay. Hi, this is Catherine Smith for the record, Washoe County. Thank you guys again for letting the petition proceed until today's meeting. I just have a couple of comments that have come up repeatedly, and it's been really fascinating. The first, though, is I guess my question is if we're not going to follow or even use the surveys that the department commissions, then maybe we need to come up with a number a minimum number that is required to be surveyed before it will be accepted by the commission. Because if I remember correctly, it cost about $40,000 for these questions to be asked by WAFWA. And if we're not going to use that information, maybe we should spend that money for better, for a better outcome somewhere else, and just let the legislature know that we're not interested in public opinion. And that's fine. That's a way we can go. It's a choice. The other thing that keeps coming up is the emotional call to end hounding. And unfortunately, this is one of those difficult decisions in wildlife. When we don't have a management goal, there really is no reason for this hunt, with the exception of hunter opportunity. And I think the department has come on the record and said that there are no population objectives. So basically, to use hounds is also an emotional argument. There is really no reason to use them with the exception of emotion or you want to do it. So it's actually equal. Those are two equal stances. There's no scientific reason to use hounds either, because we have a huge thousands, literally hundreds of thousands of bears of data that show that sex kill ratios do not change with hounds. So we already have all that information. So this is an emotional argument on both sides. And the other thing I'm hoping is that maybe you can change the petition process. If I don't know if it's fair to have a petitioner try to come up with economic outcome or economic effects of a petition. It'd be really challenging for private citizens to do this. That's why I said not that there was no effect, but there was minimal effect due to disallowing hounds. And there is minimal effect if you look at the whole economy of hunting in that industry. But I don't know if that's even really a legitimate question on a petition. It's just too big of an ask for a private citizen to come up with that information. And clearly I can't send out surveys to all the houndsmen to ask that question. So, the other thing I found really fascinating.
Oops. Okay. Ms. Smith, you ran out of your time. I apologize. We had to cut you off. Ms. Karen, Judy Karen.
Whoops.
There you are. Hi.
Hi, thank you very much. For the record, may I go ahead?
Yes, please.
For the record, this is Judy Karen. I'm a resident of Washoe County. I would like to thank Chairman East, the Commissioner, Secretary Wasley, and the public for the opportunity to comment today. Please know I have great admiration for all the participants and comments presented today. Currently, I'm opposed to moving forward with the rulemaking process specific to Agenda Item 10B as presented today for the following two reasons that I feel strongly need to be addressed and discussed before we can engage in true, meaningful discussions. You can hear my voice cracking. This is how much I admire our department and the commission when we get to these issues. I think it is vital to understand the department's recommendation and reasoning to be heard by the public, become part of support material, and be on the record as our department is highly respected and a knowledgeable agency. The two pieces that I think are still missing before we can really come to consensus of whether to initiate or move forward with this rulemaking process is, number one, what is the department's perspective and their stance on the petition? What's the broad scope? What are we engaging in? But I haven't heard where the department truly stands on this petition. Mr. Scott did a wonderful job today in his PowerPoint with data, but I want to know what our department feels, what Mr. Wasley and the leadership feels for all their participants in WAFLA and different things. Number two, I respectfully request the department to provide biologically sound scientific data outlining the negative impacts to the species of black bear when hunted with dogs. Thank you again, and those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. Do we have any other public comment on agenda item 10B? I do want to point out that in the chat box, we got a note from the Lander County Cab. It says Chair East Lander County Cab has written a letter to NDOW and is strongly against the language to stop the use of hounds in bear hunting. Just want to make everyone aware of that. So it looks like we are finished with public comment. We'll give it one more round of request. Anyone wishing to speak on 10B, please raise your hand. If you've already spoken, we're not going to allow you to speak again. You've had your 3 minutes. We have to provide that for everybody. Okay, be fair. All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the commission because we don't have any further comment. All right, so we have a lot of comments. I have a few questions that unless someone else wants to go, I will. Okay, I'll go first. Mr. Scott, is there any biological reason that bears should not be pursued by hounds? Is there any injury to them? Is there any stress? Is there undue stress to them? I know we've heard that they've run with the wolves. They've evolved from that era. Is there any reason that you can share with us that they should not be pursued by hounds?
Madam Chair, I don't have enough knowledge of it to actually answer. What I might do is ask if Pat Jackson can become a panelist and ask if Pat would have some ability to answer that question better than I could.
Okay. We can wait for Mr. Jackson. There he is. Okay.
Hello, Madam Chairwoman.
Hello, Mr. Jackson.
Would you please repeat the question?
You bet. Is there any biological reason? Is there any undue stress caused to bears in a hounding situation when they're being pursued by hounds? Sorry, I'm not articulating that very well.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I am not intimately familiar with the literature of stress hormones and pursuit and whatnot. However, I will say from a 30,000 foot level on a population impact standpoint, no, there isn't a need for concern. And I base that on how long hounding has existed and how much hounding is used for not only bears, but also lions for harvest, but also for research. So no, I don't believe that there's a population level impact.
Okay. We've heard about dog attacks and injuries, and I'm not really, I don't think I want to go there. I think I know that these people who have hounds care for them greatly. And so I'm just trying to pick out some of the more important things. Orphaned cubs, can anyone respond about cubs who are orphaned? Have we had females killed that left cubs orphaned by the hounding hunt, not by a vehicle collision or something else specific to this? No response. Mr. Scott?
Madam Chair, the only thing that I can think of is that a number of years ago, we did have a female that was technically still lactating, but there was no hair around the nipples. Females can continue lactating even though they aren't nursing. So I guess from the information that we've collected, we have never seen, that I can recall, we have never seen a female that has been harvested, especially using hounds, in any of the harvest reports that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then the percentage of the meat consumed, and I know you all can't probably answer this, but we hear it's not consumed. This is a trophy hunt. It's not for meat. But then we hear from others, from some of the sportsmen, that it is consumed. Do you have any idea the number of hunters that, or the number of harvested bears that are consumed per year? Nope. Okay.
Well, Pat Jackson, staff specialist, we do ask the question on the proportion of hunters that they keep that. If you want to go on to your next question, I can pull up a spreadsheet and answer that. I can tell you that it is the majority, but I don't know that exact percentage, but I can look that up here quickly.
Okay, and I just wanted to clarify the number of tags because I did not get to look that up before the meeting. What are the number of tags or applications, not the tags, but the applications from last year for this particular hunt?
Jack Rowe for the record, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
I anticipated that question coming up a few minutes ago. I'm glad I was prepared. 259 non-residents applied. 3,213 residents applied.
3,000, can you say that again?
3,213.
13 residents.
This is off the dashboard, but then an additional 2,899 individuals bought bonus points. To apply, it costs you $10. To buy a bonus point, it costs you that same $10. So I would include that 2,899 into people interested in hunting a bear at some point. So a total number of people that put in a $2 application to hunt bears either in 2020 or sometime in the future through the purchase of a bonus point was 6,371 total.
And that includes the dream tag?
That does not include the dream tag. I can get that information, but I believe, and that information is a little harder to pull down because you can buy more than one ticket per individual. I can get you the total number of tickets sold, but to get the number of individuals that bought through the dream tag could be difficult, but give me a few minutes.
It's okay. I just wanted a general idea of how many sportsmen are interested in this particular hunt.
And it would be hard to pull out the individuals that participated in the dream tag. They may have already participated in the application process, so we may be double counting a good portion of those individuals.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robb. Mr. Jackson, do you have?
Yeah, it's not as concise as I thought. So for the last 3 years, if my numbers are correct here, we checked in 44 bears again for the last 3 years, and 1 out of 44 bears, a hunter reported just taking out of the field the hide and skull. The other 43 bears, they either took that entire animal home with them or took the meat, the head, and the hide. So I would say the vast majority of Nevada sportsmen are at least taking this meat with them. I don't have data whether they're consuming it or not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those were my questions for the moment. Anybody else have questions for the department or comments? Actually, I did want to. No, I'm good. I'm good for the moment. Commissioner McNinch?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm sitting here. Tomorrow I'll make more comment about what I'm about to say, but today I'll just suffice it to say that I'm battling my own biases here. I listened to the public input, and you know, I wish we could calm the temperature down a little bit. How are we gonna how are we going to move forward in the future as a commission? I mean, how are we going to blend things together? And maybe now's not the time, but I'm going to say it anyway. We're allowing things to divide and remain divided if we don't get a little more proactive about things. And I'm not talking about making decisions that make one group happy that has been losing or any of that. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is we're seeing the beginning phases of being polarized in all respects all the time because somebody's trying to gore my ox and everybody's trying to, and it's just, we've got to figure out a way to get past this stuff. So at the risk of showing my biases today, I'm going to ask some questions. I'm trying to address some of the points that I thought were important to at least get clarified. I hear this, use the science. Well, what kind of science do you want me to use? Do you really want me to use the department's science? Do you want me to go find my own? Do you want me to use best available data? How about the stuff from California? So if it doesn't fit somebody's need, they're not going to support it. So we have to do the best we can. So here's where I'm at. I've got a lot on my mind, guys. So I apologize if this is going to take some time, but I'm going to get it out there. I owe it to myself. I've been thinking about it a lot for the last couple of weeks on how I had approached stuff today. So first question, Tony or somebody from the department, the wildlife value survey that was conducted, was it statistically valid, and did it have a statistically valid number of sportsmen included in the study?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner McNitch, and I'm glad you bring that up. And I might take advantage of the opportunity to answer your question and also address some comments that have been made in regards to that study earlier today. But it was very statistically valid. It was done by professors in the social sciences between Colorado State University and Ohio State University. I think that, earlier today in public comment, we heard that we don't use that. And when we presented that study to the commission, it was with the understanding that simply because, the social views were one way or another didn't mean that would necessarily dictate wildlife management. We use the results from it every day because it informs us and what the public's views are. But whether it's a medical survey, you can survey the public about how they feel about a vaccine, for example, or some other medical treatment, and you will find that the public's views aren't always consistent with the scientific data. At one point in time, you could have surveyed citizens about whether the earth was flat, and you would have had an overwhelming majority say the earth's flat, and it didn't make it so. And so we use the survey. The survey is definitely statistically valid. It was conducted by professors at Ohio State, Colorado State, and we have a great deal of confidence in the results of the survey. That doesn't necessarily mean that it shall dictate management action. It's important for us to understand the public's views, but it doesn't change science if science counters those views.
Thank you, Tony. And that was going to be my next point was, it doesn't dictate how we vote or how we decide things. It's important information to understand how the public is feeling, what their views are, so we can make informed decisions, so that we know when we're making a decision, I'm going to really pound away at some of this. It really gives you an idea of what people are thinking. It gives you an idea of where on the scale we're going to fall with our decisions, for better or worse. At least it can be a consideration from the standpoint of understanding how we're impacting people with our decisions. Okay. So I think that was important. How many bears are pursued just for fun? Is there any information in the, there's talk about the number of bears that were released, but what I haven't heard is Is there any indication on how many of those were pursued just for purposes of training and running the dogs? Is there any indication that of those numbers?
Commissioner McNinch, Mike Scott for the record. There are numbers of bears pursued that is in the data, but when you're talking about bears that are pursued for fun, the only way that somebody can legally pursue a bear in Nevada is if number one, they have a tag, and number two, it's during an open season. So the thought that there are people that are just out there using hounds to chase bears for fun, that would be illegal. So that would be a law enforcement issue. And to my knowledge, I don't know that we have heard that that's an issue in Nevada, because it is not legal to do it.
So our assumption, Mike, would be that the bears that have been turned down were really treated with the intent of hunting, whether they took the animal or not.
Commissioner McNinch, that would be my assumption.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate that. So the majority of the remaining comments here are really going to focus on the matrix that we use. And some of this discussion maybe spills over to our quota setting at some point, but so it has to deal with the matrix that we use, the post-hunt numbers that we get that tell us if we have light, moderate / stable harvest or heavy harvest. And some of the information that we received today, particularly as it pertains to the percent female take in the hunt and the mean age of the females that have been taken in the hunt. So in the presentation, there was a real difference between the age of the female bears taken. This is a 10-year average, 5.4 years with hounds, 7.8 years with other. That number is not statistically valid at 95.5 confidence level, 95% confidence level. But I'm understanding that it is statistically valid for a 90%.
If we would have used a p-value of 0.1 rather than one of 0.05, I believe it could have been, I don't recall exactly, but I do recall after the analysis was performed, that question was asked about the level of significance that would be appropriate. And as with all biological studies, a p of 0.05 is standard. But I believe it was significant at a 90% confidence interval.
Okay, thank you, Tony. So we may not be at, because we don't have a statistical valid 95% confidence interval, it is still the best available data that we've got to use. And what I'm seeing is, and based on some of the stuff I'm going to share my thoughts with you here in just a moment, I'm going to concentrate on the selectivity and the idea of sexing, aging, and sizing. Okay, because those are some real main the main ideas behind hounding that we're really trying to process here. And what I'm trying to do is get to is it helping? Are these things being satisfied? So we have this big gap in ages from hounds to others. So I'm concerned based on those numbers, and there's some statistical validity to it at a 90% confidence level, that maybe that selectivity isn't working on the females when we're hounding. There's a possibility there. I'm also seeing that in some of the, for example, over here in the of the 139 harvested to date, 71% were taken with hounds, using hounds. Of those 99 bears that were taken with hounds, 1/3 of them were female. So there was still a level of female take despite the use of hounds. And the reason I bring that up is we're talking about selectivity. I'm not convinced that selectivity based that whether it's a male or female, assuming that
there's a high level of being able to identify a male from a female, which there is science indicating that may not always be the case. It's not as accurate as you would have with a mountain lion. That is a key item in a sportsman's selectivity criteria, that it's being female. I'm suggesting that this data might be indicating that there's other things like the coat, the color of the coat, a patch of fur that's a different color, that maybe the bear gave them a big chase and they just want to, you know, they've had some kind of connection to the bear. I don't know. I'm just suggesting that maybe that selectivity isn't what it seems to be with hounds. And where I'm headed with this is on the matrix information that we get on an annual basis. I sat down and I kind of wrote it all out into a chart. So we have these annual harvest numbers, and then we have the 3-year average of those. So we have this running 3-year average, and it's the 3-year average. And I'm going to ask the department, if I don't get this right, please correct me. So we use the matrix on a 3-year running average, with the idea being that percent female, mean average of females taken, and mean average of males taken. If 2 of those 3 metrics fall into the heavy range, the recommendation from the department from a biological standpoint would be to recommend to the commission to shut the season down. Is that correct?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. It would be to reduce the harvest limits, to reduce the number of tags issued, and potentially shorten the season, or potentially alter the season, or not have a season.
Okay, appreciate that, Pat. So what I'm seeing is that since 2011, we started off with and I realize I'm using this in a relative term. I know that statistically, probably none of this is valid from a 95% confidence level. I don't know that any of these things are valid. It's just a small sample size. It is what it is. It's not because of anything the department's done wrong or anything else. We just are working with smaller numbers here. So what I'm seeing is, from a relative standpoint, on the annual numbers that are presented, there was a time where we had a couple of moderates thrown into one of the matrix here and there. But as we've gone forward with time, we've been hitting some heavy harvest on the female take, and heavy harvest and heavy use on the mean average of the females. As we've gotten closer to 2020, in 2018, we had a moderate and a light. In 2019, we had a light, heavy, and a light. This last year, we had a heavy, moderate, and light. And I guess what I'm saying is that I'm seeing more often that we're pushing those boundaries on an annual basis, and it's kind of showing up in our 3-year averages a little bit too. So in 2020, we had moderate, we were in the moderate or stable range. That's stable. As moderate or stable area for mean age of females, and the mean age of the male bears, we haven't had any. We've never come out of the light range. So I'm seeing these things that, to me, raising that yellow flag. I'm seeing the 5.4 years on the hounds, statistically valid, maybe at 90% confidence, but not 95. I'm seeing that the selectivity may not be just for whether it's a female bear or not. And these are things that are starting to concern me. I've been kind of expressing my concern with it, and they're starting to stand out to me more and more all the time. And I've rambled long enough, but those are the things that are weighing on me. I'm using the department's data. I'm using the best available data, and I'm trying to remove my biases, because I'm truly concerned about the hunt, about the population, especially as it relates to females.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McNinch, Commissioner McNinch. Any other comments or thoughts? Questions for the department? Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, I guess following up to some of Commissioner McNinch's comments, Pat, how well, or maybe it's not Pat, but whoever's teaching the indoctrination class, how well do we educate the hunters on the management objectives and that matrix that we talked about?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I do not teach the indoctrination course. That's generally Carl Lackey and Mike McCusker. And I don't recall if they go over the table that's been referred to several times, or I can tell you that they do go over extensively how to identify a mature bear and how to identify a female with cubs.
Okay, thanks. And then maybe a follow-up to that, and I did pick up on kind of some of the same data going through that presentation where the spot and stock hunters are harvesting older and larger females, which actually makes sense to me. If you're not able, you perceive that as a bigger bear, possibly a boar, that you would in fact take that animal. Is there any credence to that?
Commissioner Keel, Mike Scott for the record. They are harvesting older females, but not necessarily heavier females. The heavier females were taken using hounds. But with regard to age, age is going to be a bit harder to ascertain from looking at a bear. Unless I can actually get my hands inside their mouth and look at their teeth, I'm not good enough to actually say what I think the age of a bear is. And, sometimes it would be pretty obvious by the condition. If it's a really, really old bear, I'm sure our bear biologist could probably tell the difference. But with regard to whether it's a 5-year-old or a 7-year-old, looking at that, whether it's in a tree or whether it's through a spotting scope, that's a lot harder to determine.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, Commissioner Keel? Oh, okay. Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You're gonna have to bear with me. I'm a little bit like Dave. I've had lots of rambling thoughts bouncing around for a while now, actually, but I'm trying to get them kind of condensed. I guess I'm gonna start. We were talking about science and using science to figure things out. And it's been a long time ago when I was in college, but I had a college professor tell me that you can use science to prove anything you want if you do it right. So there we go. This is an emotional issue. And then even during the comment, there was something that there was a comment made that was a little concerning to me that said, this is the first step. We thought, okay, when the hunt started, it was in the Tahoe Basin, and we took out the Tahoe Basin, and it just seems like we just keep going on and going on, and now we want to remove hounding, and then what's the next step? That's a little bit concerning to me as a hunter, is that where are we going to eventually end up with this? We're looking at the population chart, and we see the population increasing and increasing and increasing, and right now there's no population objective with the bears. But I guess a question that I'm asking myself and maybe the department, not to be answered today probably, but at some point in time, are we going to be looking at a time when we're going to need to put some population limits on how many we have? I was having a discussion about a week ago with a veterinarian friend of mine, and we were talking about disease numbers, and so we were start talking about this. And when population numbers, really, he said, of any kind of species gets high, where there are too many in one spot, he says you're going to have disease issues. And we've actually seen that with some wildlife populations. We see it with our livestock. And so, as I'm looking down the road, could this be something we address? We're looking at with bears too. And so when I boil all this down, I get to thinking, do we want to limit the tools we have to reach something if we need to? And so I guess there's a question that as far as hounding is concerned, at this point in time, I don't think that's a tool that I want to remove. in case we're going to need it at some future time.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Barnes. Is there anything the department wants to speak to?
Mrs. Chair, if I could talk, please. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
just one moment, Commissioner Perini. I was asking the department if there was anything they wanted to speak to in Vice Chair Barnes' comments. Okay, seeing none. Go ahead, Commissioner Perini.
Sorry again, is that the computer drops me out about every week. Excuse me, every 60 seconds, and I lose it for 3 seconds. So if you hear me talking, not hearing me, just let for a minute and I'll start over again, okay?
Okay.
You know, I was born and raised in Nevada, and my dad was the same there too. We like to be outdoors and we like to see what we saw and the hunting itself. I know that has nothing to do with it because we didn't have bears way back then. But I do remember for a fact was that about 11 years ago, they finally came up with the idea of having bears be able to have hunting after them. And I think it's done pretty well because at that time in my area up here, 300 to 400 bears that are up here. And then it's gone all the way up to 700, which means it's actually growing more and more. And we talk about the dogs. That's the big thing. That's the big thing of what we're going to use a dog or not, or should we not? I think it's a two-way thing. It's a catch-22. Some people like to have the dogs to come in there because it gives them an opportunity to shoot the right one that they really want. If you walk in all day long and you don't have a dog, you may never see one. I think it's up to both sides. Both sides. If some people don't have a dog and they want to be themselves, I think that's great. If they do have a dog, I think that's an opportunity they need to have. That's what they wish to have. I think it's both areas to me is a catch-22. You do the best way you can. And I think with less than 20 of them get harvested every year, I don't see a big problem on that. People spend a lot of time into it, tons of it. I had some people who got a tag last year. It was almost 30 days he spent on it and never even got anything. It's a very difficult thing, but it's a new type of wildlife that we're going after as far as hunting. And I continue believing in that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. I have one more question about the female harvest. The females, the 5.4 years with the hound, the 7.8 years other. We don't know how many females may have been released based on cubs or lactation or anything else, correct? So could there have been an older, a female within that age range, within the gap there that maybe was released because they were able to get a better look at her? I mean, I know that's hypothetical, so if you don't want to answer that, that's fine. Mr. Scott.
Madam Chair, Mike Scott for the record. Yeah, we don't have that kind of data. Certainly there are a number of bears that are treed and then left. But as far as the age of those bears, we don't have that information.
Okay. Any other guests? Commissioner Rogers.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, just more of a comment, I think, than anything is, and that is really as one of the newest members of the commission, this is clearly one of the most polarizing agenda items that I've been a part of since joining the commission. But I know this item first came up in the November meeting, and I was glad to see that we had the opportunity, especially as a new member, over the last few months to really look at some of the data of which I have. I certainly owe it to myself and the petitioner and the commission department to really educate myself on as much information as I can. Over the past few months, I've done just that very thing. I've listened to the comments today, the 20-something hundred emails that we've received have been a big part of that as well on both sides. And I've enjoyed the again, the research and looking into this, and again, providing me the opportunity to have more than enough information to truly make an informed decision and educate myself a little bit on this process. So anyway, I think the commission's foresight for this agenda item having come to the commission last November and affording me that opportunity. So.
All right, thank you. Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've just got a couple of questions that I'm rolling around in my head, and I'm gonna throw them out for just throw them out there to so everybody kind of knows where I'm at. But I guess the two questions that I've got going in my head, and again, it's kind of focused on the female harvest aspect, the age and the percent. What if we're not able to measure change of the female health status in the population in a timely manner, using hounds or otherwise? But especially one of the ideas here is that the hounds are helping us to get there because of our selectivity. And the second question is, what if hounding has no impact on sex, age, size of bears taken in the hunt? Then what do I think of the concept of hounding? That's where I'm at. So I'm struggling with the biological benefit of having hounding for those reasons. I also wanted to point out that last year, and I believe a year or two in the prior, this last year, I do believe we shut down an area because we had reached the female take in that area, which tells me that the selectivity isn't really occurring necessarily. It's an area that's heavily guided. I know that. So I'll throw that out and kind of leave it at that. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. To answer Dave McNinch's first question, the table that you're referring to, Dave, was one, to the best of my understanding, and please someone else chime in if I'm mistaken. It's something that I inherited when I came into my position. It was set forth.
Let me interrupt you for just a second. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm going to let you off the hook a little bit because those were kind of rhetorical, and it's kind of challenging my fellow commissioners a little bit with the thought process. So I'm going to let you off the hook on that. It's more of a reflective question than anything. So I appreciate you taking a stab at it. Your game for sure.
I'm a little unclear. Do you have a question that you'd like an answer to?
No, sir. You're good to go.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. All right. Any other comments or thoughts? Do we want to entertain a motion? We want more information. We have a couple of options here. Okay, I don't see any. We've got lots of stuff going on in the chat box. I'm sorry, it's distracting me.
And Madam Chair, one of the comments that was just made kind of goes to my point. The selectivity isn't necessarily for bears. The comment was made that maybe somebody hired a guide and took the first available bear that they could because it was the last day. And that kind of goes to my point. There's not a selectivity because of hounds. There's other reasons why there is selectivity. The selectivity in this case being I'm not taking a male because it's the last day and all I've got available to me is a sow.
Well, I think the argument could be made though as well. We heard in our November meeting from someone who said that she passed on 2 sows. They were hunting with hounds. She wanted to take a boar. She's passed up 2 sows. She said one of the sows was an older sow that she felt she could have taken out of her misery because she was old and not moving very quickly, but she didn't want to take a sow. So I think there's arguments on both sides.
So I understand that. But what's showing up is the female harvest in the take. So let me throw this question out. So if we're so confident that hounding is, and here comes my bias again, I'm trying to be broader in my thought and not argumentative and combative. That's for tomorrow, maybe. Why should we consider only allowing hounding and then require that, and then set us and establish a parameter that if more than 3 females are taken in the total hunt, shut her down because it's such an effective method of hunting, female versus male?
Do you want an answer to that, or is that a hypothetical?
Well, it goes a little beyond hypothetical. I guess I'm challenging the thought processes. You know, if we're really relying on hounding to be selective and to keep our matrix in those parameters, I'm going to throw out another question on that here in a second, then let's just really enforce it. Let's enforce it, because if it's that successful, then let's put some parameters and protect that female harvest. That if we get to, 3 bears harvest that are female, 3 females, shut it down, or whatever number we might come up with. And I'm not talking 20 or 30. I'm talking something that protects the female, or at least gives a perception that they're being protected. So ultimately, and Pat did answer this question, and I appreciate his response. I didn't take it out to the nth degree to the last question, but if we did shut down a season, what criteria are we going to use to reopen it? Let's say that we hit heavy harvest in our 2 female portions of this matrix. The department may very well come back in and say, we're recommending that you really limit or you shut her down, one or the other, or we decide to shut it down. What's the criteria that would allow us to reopen that? Okay. And why wouldn't we use that criteria to measure the success of the hunt, or measure how the hunt is performing anyway, instead of these 3 post-harvest aspects? And I say that out of concern that precludes us or keeps us from closing a season, because we don't have that answer. But I'm throwing this stuff out because I'm trying to point out that not everything's all bundled up nice and tight on this bear hunt. It's just not. It hasn't been that way. I appreciate the department has done everything possible with the best available data and producing data and analyzing it and using it to manage. But these are questions that have been floating around in my mind for quite some time.
Deputy Director Rob, did you want to respond?
Jack Rowe for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. I keep listening to Commissioner McNinch's questions, and I keep going back to the Nevada Department of Wildlife and the biologists in Nevada Department of Wildlife. Don't only look at the data that's derived by the bear harvest. They look at every other bear that we handle, that we know about, that we recover being hit by a car. We have capture and release because of conflict situations, capture and euthanize because of conflict situations. There's that harvest data is a small component of the total knowledge Nevada Department of Wildlife has on the bear population, an extremely small component. So just using one measure, I can understand Commissioner McNinch's apprehension, but the Nevada Department of Wildlife is looking at a whole host of items to make informed decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Chair, Ron Perney.
Yes, Commissioner Perini.
I just have a question too. Is that, when all this came up, that we were going to have this kind of a ability to go through a lot of people asking whether or not about the bears, obviously other things also too. But I was really amazed at how many people wrote letters to us, bunches of them. And a lot of them were in favor of the bears by far, and the other ones were against it, leastwise that I have read. And also the amount of people that actually read a lot of things and learned a lot about what was going on. I think that it's been working out pretty well. It really has. And I think it's moved up to where we should right now. You can always change it next year. I mean, next year, if there's other things that are going on, that's what I know, like Mr. Rob, for example, would be doing that. I think we've done a lot of good things, and a lot of people are trying to talk to us, saying that, Kate, no, we want to keep it exactly what it is here in Nevada. And I really believe that. And I think it's been a good system and something with giving us an opportunity, giving us information. And we should be against that every once in a while from the public. I think that's very important for us to do that. But what we want to do is to make sure we make the answer in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. Will you let the record reflect that Commissioner Hubbs has rejoined us? I also want to make a statement that kind of along the same lines as Vice Chair Barnes said, do we want to limit the tools that we have? I think, you know, everyone, the sportsmen that I know want to hunt the way they use a, you know, we offer them different legal weapon types and different hunt seasons and different, and so I would hate to limit tools that we have now. We can do that down the road if we need to. I also think that if we want to change the CR with this, we can change that down the road if we need to, or the quotas when we set quotas in, is that May? I think in May. Anyways, I probably am not for limiting the tools that we have and that we offer to sportsmen for the small number of tags that we have out there and that we provide. Any other comments, questions? Ms. Hubbs, do you have any comments, Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, I am horrified that my court obligation made me miss out on a lot of the debate today. So I can only speak on behalf of the comments received, which I did go through in detail. And this is a hard one for me because, you know, it seemed to me on an overall perspective, people who were supportive of the bear hunt felt that it helps them in all these kinds of ways, particularly with sexing the bear, with looking at the size of the bear and capturing the bear, obviously treeing the bear. I had a lot of other kind of random comments about it's just fun to do this, or dogs are made to do this. This is what they're made to do, go out and hunt. And then it really was on the other side, a group of individuals that really felt, obviously, that this is an inhumane way to hunt the species. And not only that, a lot of the comments, again, are they just think it's a repugnant hunt altogether. And so, you know, I guess for me, basically, my stance overall is I don't really support the bear hunt. I'm just going to be honest. It causes me a lot of headache. It makes a lot of the public angry when they find out about it. I've said this to people. Thank goodness we keep it on the down low with the department, because whenever I've had conversations in passing out in the public, people are horrified that we kill bears in the state. They're horrified. They just don't know we do it. We don't advertise it. Only hunters really know about it. I think that came out when we did our social polls and we got the information, you know, because a lot of I have to say, I actually got more comments in support of hounds and hunting. But I think that's honestly because these folks want to do this. It's important to them. And they want to go out and hunt the bears, and they like to use their dogs, and this is their pastime, and they're fervently, both sides are fervently, you know, kind of have a scripted message, you know, it's emotional, you're just emotional, or this is not even scientific, it doesn't really harm the bears, you know, so you get all of this. But I think overall, you know, when you look at the social science, it spoke for itself to me when 87% of the people, general public, were against hound hunting. I just think 87% of the people are against it. And I think it's kind of, it's a hard area for me because, you know, I had a bird dog and I had that dog for 16 and a half years, and she was a great hunter, and that was what she was trained to do. And you couldn't find birds without a good bird dog sometimes, and they're on point. And the video we saw obviously was when they brought up the petition was horrifying to me because, most bird dogs don't go attack the bird, you know what I mean? And bite it and tear it up and do all that kind of stuff. And so I think overall, just with my stance, I don't think the public wants it. And I'm going off of, even though, like I said, in response to this, I got a lot of comments both ways. I tried to review them for the overlying messages, got a lot of hunters supporting it. But I think when I really think and look back on the more in-depth service about what the public wanted, they didn't want hound hunting. So I know I'm coming in at the last minute. I missed a ton of information. So like I said, I'm only basing it on the comments that came in where we're at now and input from my assistant who was watching it. But I will personally not, I would support something where we did not have hound hunting. And I don't know if we have a motion out or we're talking about a motion, but it sounds like what I'm hearing is the commission thinks it's a tool. Like I said, when you go bird hunting, a good bird dog is a wonderful tool for bird hunting. And, so I understand that relationship and that dynamic. I hope, I honestly don't believe the commission's going to vote in the way that I'm going to vote today. And I have no really control over that, but I just hope and I ask hunters out there that you hunt with good ethics. And if you're using your dogs, please don't give people an opportunity to ever post a video like that with your dogs mauling a bear. I mean, I think it looks horrible for sportsmen. It puts you all in a predicament where you have to defend yourselves. And it's disheartening for the public to know that we allow that with wildlife. So you can't regulate ethics. I've heard that a million times, but if you don't want to get called out for scaring wildlife, shocking wildlife, having bears abort babies, we've heard that today because they're so scared or they abandon their cubs or whatever, don't get in a situation where you're videotaping or being videotaped doing something horrendous. I mean, it puts every sportsman in a bad position. And, so do I really know if hounds are the best? Not really. I really don't. I'm going off a video that I saw, and I'm going off of people who are disgusted by the thought of the stress that it's putting on the bear. But I really believe that those same folks don't like the bear hunt overall either. And I think the whole idea of the bear hunt is what upsets them. So adding the tool of a dog just is upsetting as well. So because I don't really support the bear hunt, I don't really support hounding, and I hope that makes sense. But that's my overall thought, and I really wanted to come back and be a part of it. It was very important for me today. But those are my feelings about it, and so I just want to go on record and say no, I don't really support the bear hunt in general or hounding. Moreover,
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. And I'm sorry you weren't able to participate today. I know it was important to you. Okay, any other comments? Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to say what Commissioner Hubbs just finished up with, I think is very important. And that as sportsmen and hunters, it's something we all need to take to heart, whether depends on, I don't care what species we're hunting. We need to be responsible and do the right thing and not make ourselves look bad. We need to hunt ethically, and I'm going to say most of us do, but there are some, obviously, that maybe aren't as ethical as others. But I think as sportsmen, that's something that we all need to take to heart, and we need to promote to other sportsmen to make them aware. So, Commissioner Hubbs, I appreciate those last comments you made, because that's so true. And if there's no more discussion, I don't know, Madam Chair, if you're ready for a motion, I'll attempt a motion.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I move to leave the language in NAC 503.147 as it is currently written with no change.
And deny the petition. To deny the petition.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny the petition for Commission General Regulation 498 from Ms. Kathy Smith. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's no secret that I'm not going to support the motion, but I do want you guys to know that I appreciate your indulgence today and your tolerance. Let me get things out of my head and out into the record. And, you know, I still hold respect for at least for the members of this commission, and regardless of how this vote, you know, I think it's pretty evident where it's headed. But I do appreciate you guys, and I don't think ill of hounding of houndsmen. I want them to know that this is more my issue with the bear hunt's been biological the whole time, and that's where I'm at still. So.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Yes, Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to make a comment to Dave too, that I know we're going to vote on separate sides of this thing here, but I do have a tremendous amount of respect for Commissioner McNinch, and always appreciate his point of view. And in his clarification for my motion, as it's agendized, we're not voting on the petition. We're looking at the language, and so I'd like to make sure my motion reflects how I stated it.
Okay.
That we will leave the language in that as is with no change.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm the one that fouled that up. And I appreciate all of the dialogue today too. And in the last several months, I think it's brought a lot of information forward that I was unaware of, and the institutional knowledge that is there from the department and the commission has been very helpful. And I appreciate the sportsmen, and I appreciate the folks that oppose the hunting with hounds. I think it's been really good dialogue. So any other comments before we take the vote? Commissioner Hubbs?
I mean, I want to say this. Everyone who knows me personally knows that I adore my dogs. I've adored hunting with my prior dog, who was the hunting dog. This isn't really, like I said, about that to me. I think if this moves forward, as my plea was before, is that we do it in a tactful manner. I think most people, and I've seen it, several people at commission meetings who love their hounds, and they do it. And I believe them when they tell me they're doing it the right way. I believe there is a large sector that does it the right way. And again, you know, my only discord overall really comes down to the whole fact that if I can't even support the bear hunt, how can I support the hounding of bears as well? So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of the motion by Vice Chair Barnes and the second by Commissioner Keel to leave intact Commission General Regulation 498 NAC 503.147, raise your hand. And opposed. Motion carries 5-2 with Commissioners McNinch and Hubbs opposed and Commissioners Cavilla and Almberg absent. So that concludes our business for today. I will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for our meeting tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
yes.
Madam Chair, do we,
Yes,
I
yes.
didn't look at the agenda. Do we do not have a public comment period?
Oh, you know, We do not. It's not on the agenda, but we should have a public comment period. I don't know. Where is Dag Burkett?
I'm here. You can offer another public comment. This is actually one long meeting. So you technically would be having public comment at the beginning of the end. The end would be Saturday evening, afternoon, or whenever we finish on Saturday.
If it's been this way, I've never noticed it. So sorry.
Okay. All right. I think we'll conclude our meeting. It's been a long day and we've had a lot of public comment. Hopefully those who wish to make public comment will join us tomorrow for our meeting tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.